Hi guys, it's me Chazza HD and welcome to race day for the 2023 Spanish Grand Prix. Hope you guys are doing well ahead of what is going to be, I think, at least a proper good race here in Spain. We have a very mixed up grid, quite a few cars out of position, quite a few top drivers as well out of position, and yeah, I would be surprised if this ended up being a boring race, because given how close the field is behind, say, Max Verstappen in the Red Bull on pole position, of course, we'll get into your starting grid very soon. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if it ended up being just a boring race. And after watching the Formula 2 race, which was held in dry and pretty good conditions, if it is dry for the race, which is not, it's not 100% that it will be dry for the race. We'll see how the forecast evolves in the next couple hours. Yeah, it should be at least a good race here in Spain. We've got, plenty of different cars in the top 10. Obviously, Red Bull, Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes, Aston Martin, Alpine, Haas, and even, Red Bull, Mercedes, and Ferrari have, at least one car outside of the top 10. So should be plenty of overtaking today, plenty of close racing, and again, below Max Verstappen, who should dominate this race today and win by a massive margin really over the rest of the field, it should be a very close race from second down throughout the field. So yeah, looking forward to this Spanish Grand Prix. Hope you guys are doing well, no matter what time it is in your part of the world and where you are watching from. Hope you're all having as best a day as possible. And I hope that today you can join me and later Niblo, who will be joining me, to watch along the Spanish Grand Prix. Of course, we'll be commentating on the race and taking you through the events of the race if you are unable to follow along for whatever reason, or if you just want to listen to us because you think we're more exciting when it comes to commentary and stuff like that. So yeah, obviously in the build-up, we're going to go through the usual stuff, the results of qualifying, and I will get into the starting grid in just a moment. Then we'll get into the data from qualifying, such as the sector time data and who was quick in whatever sector. We'll get into the speed trap data as well, just to show off who was super quick down the main pit straight, which is something to watch out for today, because of course quite a long pit straight and the DRS zone does start quite early on that straight as well. And then of course we'll get into the long run pace from Friday practice 2 to look at, on heavier fuel, who is looking good with their longer run pace compared to what we've seen in qualifying yesterday. And then, of course, after that, I'll give my final race prediction for the top 10 of today's race in Spain. And, of course, make sure through the build-up to let me know, guys, how do you think this race will go today? Make sure to post in the chat. And as well, talking of the chat, hello to all you guys, of course. There is a poll at the top of the chat that I set up about half an hour ago. And the question is, who do you think is most likely to finish on the podium today at the Spanish Grand Prix? Is it Sainz, Alonso, Hamilton, or Perez? Who is the most likely out of those four drivers to finish on the podium today? Of course, I'll get into the positions they all start in a second, and I'll get into my predictions soon enough. But yeah, it's going to be a really, I think, interesting race today. But let's get rid of that timer and let's get straight into, firstly, what happened in qualifying. So here is your top 10 from qualifying yesterday. Max Verstappen comfortably on pole position. Only did one fast run in the end and was still 4.5 tenths clear of the next car, being Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari. And I think Max probably could have done a late 1 minute 11. So he could have got even quicker than what we saw in qualifying, and there is just no way he's not going to win today. It would be one of the biggest surprises in a long time if Max Verstappen does not win this Spanish Grand Prix. Carlos Sainz doing well to get up onto the front row of the grid. You never know what can happen at the start. Maybe Sainz can get ahead. Of course, it is a long run down to turn 1, and Ferrari do have a pretty fast car in a straight line. So, yeah, Ferrari still looking decent for Sainz on the grid. Nothing too bad for them. Lando Norris up in P3. What a brilliant qualifying by him. Still, don't think the McLaren is, genuinely as quick or quicker than teams like Alpine, Mercedes, or Aston Martin. I think really, again, as I said after qualifying yesterday, the reason Lando is third on the grid is because he produced one of the best laps of the season so far by any driver to get onto the second row of the grid and get into third place. Because as you'll see today, Mercedes, Aston Martin, and I'm pretty sure Alpine as well will have, over the course of the race, a faster car than McLaren. So yeah, special lap by Lando. Pierre Gasly was just behind in 4th. Of course, he has a 6th place grid penalty for 2 separate impeding incidents. One impeding incident where he blocked Carlos Sainz into the penultimate corner. And then the other one is where he blocked Max Verstappen into turn 4. So yeah, that's why Gasly has a 6th place grid penalty. And Gasly will start in P10, which is very disappointing because his lap yesterday was really good, I think, honestly, from Gasly. He was, a quarter of a second quicker than his teammate. And, ahead of Hamilton, both Aston Martins and his teammate pretty clearly. I thought that was a brilliant lap by him, but yeah, cost himself dearly with that mistake. And that will cost Alpine massively, I think, in this race, that error, those couple errors from Gasly. Lewis Hamilton then will start in 4th place. Hamilton probably could have gone quicker in qualifying yesterday, but I think we'll see today, truly, whether these new upgrades for Mercedes have worked or not, because after qualifying, I have seen certain people say, yes, they have definitely worked. I'm still not sure they have. And again, I do want to see in this race more evidence maybe pointing towards that. Of course, I hope that it has worked for them. Lance Stroll then will start in 5th place. Pretty good grid position for him, considering he's had a pretty bad weekend up until qualifying. So yeah, Lance Stroll looking good. Esteban Ocon will start in 6th. That's the highest placed Alpine. Nico Hülkenberg will start in 7th. What a qualifying for him. He was truly brilliant and had his best qualifying of the season so far. And because of Gasly's penalty, Fernando Alonso will start in 8th. The reason Alonso qualified 9th, by the way, is because, if you remember, in Q1, Alonso went off at the final corner and bounced quite heavily through the gravel, and it turns out did break his floor. So that is why Alonso yesterday was not as quick as what we expected. So I think Alonso will be much quicker in this race and should be definitely better than Lance Stroll today. And in P10 in qualifying was Oscar Piastri. Piastri, you may think that his effort was poor, being nearly a second slower than Lando in Q3, but his lap time in Q3 was not as quick as his best time throughout the entire of qualifying. His quickest time in qualifying was a 1:13.0, I think it was, which was from Q2, and the actual time he did in Q3 was a 1:13.6. And if he had done that time from Q2, if he had done that in Q3, then he would have been in 7th ahead of Ocon and would have been starting 6th today. So Piastri did a good lap. Or not Piastri did a good lap. He didn't do a good lap, but his pace was good, Oscar, but he just didn't get the lap together when he most needed to, when he could have put it, right up there with Alpine and the Mercedes of Hamilton. So yeah, the top 10 very much mixed up. And let's go on to the bottom half of the order. Sergio Perez in P11. What a shocker. Red Bull were clearly the best team yesterday, and they have clearly the best car this weekend. So for Perez to be a second slower than his teammate and only 11th is a shocking effort from him. Yeah, need to see a much better performance today from him. I know his confidence at the minute is after Monaco, where he couldn't do anything right, got lapped twice by his teammate. I know his confidence is not great right now, but he has got to break this bad form, because this really could continue for a few races if he's not able to get it together, because that Red Bull car is easily good enough for Perez to be on the front row of the grid here and to be completing for Red Bull a 1-2 finish. Maybe they'll still complete a 1-2 finish. Red Bull might just be that quick compared to everybody else that Perez can still come through to second place. But yeah, a shocking performance, and we have to see a response from Perez today. George Russell in P12. With Russell, he just didn't have any confidence in the car. He said that on radio a couple of times, that he just didn't have confidence in the car, confidence in the tyres, and struggled really throughout the entire session and had yet another poor qualifying session. Is Russell. Zhou Guanyu, 13th, good qualifying for him, with Nick De Vries 14th and Yuki Tsunoda in 15th. Valtteri Bottas, very disappointing in the end, only 16th fastest in qualifying. I think definitely he could have done better, a few positions better at least, in qualifying. Kevin Magnussen, very disappointing in 17th, when you consider where his teammate is, almost a second quicker in qualifying. And then Alex Albon 18th, Charles Leclerc in 19th, and Logan Sargeant 20th. Now, both Leclerc and Sargeant will be starting at the back of the field, of course, but they will also be both starting from the pit lane. So, yeah, there'll only be 18 cars on the grid for the start. Leclerc and Sargeant start from the pit lane. Leclerc has taken on basically a new power unit, a new gearbox, and has also had some setup changes. Ferrari, though, I'm not sure if it's reported as this or Ferrari have actually said this, but apparently Ferrari don't know still for sure why Leclerc was so bad yesterday. And in the end, Leclerc was 1.3 seconds slower than Sainz in qualifying. A shocking effort from the Monegasque. I think definitely he wasn't coping well with the handling of the car. It looked very nervy, very twitchy. The rear end, as we've seen a lot of times this season, not just this weekend, was not looking like it was really there for him. But still, a poor effort from Leclerc to not be able to at least get through to Q2. So I think even though Ferrari car for him not handling well, he also does need to take quite a bit of blame, because he should not be qualifying down in 19th place. But yeah, that is your starting grid for today's Spanish Grand Prix. And wow, what a starting grid it is. Kind of similar to Miami in a way, where it was really mixed up. And Miami turned out to be a pretty good race for that track. Let's hope we get something similar today. Now, before we move on to more so the race, let's look at the sector time data from qualifying to see just where certain teams were so quick. For Red Bull in the first sector, the least important sector at the Circuit De Catalunya, they were a 10th quicker than the next best car of the Mercedes. Good speed from the Mercedes in sector 1, not losing too much time in a very high-speed sector. Ferrari not doing that bad. McLaren doing very well to be 4th best in that first sector. And just ahead of the Alpine. And Lando Norris really throughout the entire lap, not just in certain parts of the lap, was truly brilliant. And then you had Ocon 5th for Alpine. Haas probably could have done better in that first sector. I think Haas probably could have gone maybe a 10th quicker in Sector 1, considering that they do have Haas the strongest straight line speed this weekend, as you'll see in a moment. Stroll on the Aston Martin 7th. He was the quickest Aston Martin driver in Sector 1 again. Alonso having his broken floor. And then there's 3 slowest teams, AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo and Williams. Williams, as you'll see, were the slowest team in all 3 sectors. But again, this first sector is not really that important. It's really the middle and the final sector to a degree as well, which really matters when it comes to setting good lap times. And in the middle sector, look at that. Nearly half a minute, that middle sector, which is not too long. But the Red Bull, a quarter of a second quicker than the next best car of Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes. The Red Bull on a completely other planet to the rest of the teams. The Alpine looked good in that middle sector, only just behind the Mercedes. The Aston Martin of Alonso still doing pretty well despite that issue with the floor. Lando Norris lapping at a good speed. Ferrari, though, I think we have to say already, from the evidence we've seen, that new side pod and floor upgrade for them has not worked at all, because they do not look any quicker compared to their main rivals as they did, say, back in Monaco. And in fact, I think you'll see today they're probably worse off because of Aston Martin's upgrades this weekend to the front wing and the rear wing. And maybe even worse because of Mercedes' upgrades that they brought back in Monaco. So, yeah, Ferrari, even though they've got a front row with Carlos Sainz, I think they're really going to suffer today in terms of their pace. I still think they'll get a decent result because of where they are on the grid with Sainz compared to, say, where Alonso is, where Perez is, for example, and the other Red Bull. But yeah, Ferrari's pace is not good. It definitely is not good. Nico Hülkenberg in the Haas, almost 0.6 of a second slower than the Red Bull alone in the middle sector, just shows you how dominant that Red Bull is. And then once again, the 3 slowest teams, AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo, and Williams. I'm a bit surprised Alfa Romeo was so slow in the middle sector. Pretty much 2 or nearly 0.2 of a second slower than even AlphaTauri and Haas, which is, yeah, quite bad. And again, Williams, really bad, nearly a second slower than Red Bull in that middle sector alone. But from an aerodynamic perspective yesterday, Red Bull were clearly the best team. And then the second best, really, it was between Aston Martin, Alpine, and Mercedes from, an aero perspective. Followed closely up by McLaren and Ferrari, and then, Haas, AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo, Williams. So, yeah, from an aerodynamic perspective, that's how it looks at the minute in Formula One. Of course, we will have some more upgrades this season, so the pecking order will change, and who is good in certain facets will, again, change during the season. But, yeah, given that we probably won't have any big new upgrades coming to the cars until the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, which is in 5 weeks from now. That's pretty much how it looks from an aerodynamic perspective. Again, Red Bull quickest, and then Mercedes, Alpine, Aston Martin, pretty much all on the same pace. The, say, second, third, fourth quickest teams. And then McLaren and Ferrari just behind that. Maybe Ferrari just ahead, you could say. Again, I think Lando Norris really was making that McLaren car look a lot better than it actually is yesterday. And then again, followed up by Haas, AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo, and Williams. And then for the final sector, McLaren, the quickest team yesterday. Lando Norris, a brilliant final sector, 0.03 of a second quicker than the Red Bull. Alonso, still a good final sector despite his broken floor. Mercedes didn't have the greatest final sector, but it was still decent. Would have expected, honestly, Ferrari to have a better final sector than what they had. But, not too bad in the end. And then after that, surprisingly, Alfa Romeo pretty quick compared to what we saw in the first 2 sectors. The one team, though, in the final sector that really was lacking was Alpine, as you can see. 0.2 of a second slower than McLaren. They really, they had a good car in Sector 1 and Sector 2, but in that final sector just didn't have what it took, really, to get, say, into the top 3 in qualifying. And I think if Gasly had been lapping pretty much at the same speed as the McLaren in the final sector, then I think Pierre Gasly probably could have put it second in qualifying if he had had that much better final sector. Of course, still would have had the 6th place penalty, but it really would have been a big showing from Alpine as to just how incredibly quick they have become. And then the 3 slowest teams in the final sector being Haas, AlphaTauri, and Williams. But this weekend, from qualifying, the pecking order, based on what I saw yesterday, and we'll go back to the top 10 results just a second. The pecking order was Red Bull quickest, second quickest overall. I would probably say in quali trim, Ferrari. It's hard to say really where Aston Martin would have been if Alonso's floor had been working properly. So I think Aston Martin probably would have been about the same as Ferrari, if not just behind. And then Alpine, I think, were pretty much on the same pace with Mercedes yesterday. For 4th and 5th best teams. Again, over a single lap, which of course doesn't mean everything in Formula 1. And then McLaren, I still think 6th best team. I just think Lando Norris produced a really special lap to make the car look way better than it actually is. And I think what Piastri potentially could have done in Q3 is a lot more like the McLaren performance, where if Piastri had done, again, the time he did in Q2, which was a lot better than the time he did in Q3, Piastri would be starting ahead of Ocon and just behind Lance Stroll on the grid. McLaren 6th, and then Haas in 7th, and then I'd say AlphaTauri 8th, Alfa Romeo 9th, Williams 10th. I know Alfa Romeo do have a car ahead of both AlphaTauris, but we do have to remember Yuki Tsunoda, if I just go to the bottom half of the order, Yuki Tsunoda had his lap time at the end of Q2 deleted for track limit violations, so Tsunoda would have been a lot quicker, and actually he did go up, I think initially, before it was deleted, to 11th place, so Tsunoda would be in a good position for today had he just not done that violation at, I'm not sure exactly where he committed that offence. Probably was the exit of turn 5, which is a pretty easy place to extend the track. But that's how I thought it looked from qualifying yesterday. And that's why, with Mercedes, when I say I think they were pretty much on the pace of same pace as Alpine, that's why I say with Mercedes that I'm not sure that they actually have got, noticeably better. And that's why I want to look at this race and see how they do before casting more of a or before casting my final judgment, let's say, as to whether truly this upgrade has improved their car, because we will know for sure after this race. There is no doubt about that. But before we go on to the long run pace from Friday, just to see who is looking good with heavier fuel, let's just look at the max top speeds by team and who ranks the best. And of course, this speed trap data is from the speed trap located right at the end of the pit straight, which is the fastest point of the circuit. So Haas F1 have the fastest car in a straight line, so watch out for them today if they are within a second of another car. Red Bull, of course, looking good. Their car so efficient with its aero. Ferrari looking good. Mercedes looking very good. Maybe it's because with this new side pod and floor and that, maybe their cars are now a lot more efficient with the way the air flows, that they are not as maybe draggy as they were before with their straight line speed. Because that straight line speed is, very good. Only just, a kilometre an hour slower than Max Verstappen in the Red Bull. And that's why Mercedes, big reason why Mercedes have been a lot better at times. I think have looked a bit better this at times so far this weekend, say in qualifying. And if Mercedes do get within a second, say, of Carlos Sainz and the Ferrari, they might not have too bad of a chance of overtaking. Williams looking quick, no surprise. Alpine looking absolutely fine with their straight line speed. And then quite a big drop-off to Alfa Romeo. Again, as I've said many times this season, don't quite know why Alfa Romeo have such poor straight line speed. The only thing I can think is that their car is just a lot draggier than the Haas car and the Ferrari car. And then the McLaren, not really a surprise that they're down there, of course. AlphaTauri, still suffering, I think, with some drag issues. And Aston Martin, the slowest out of the 10 teams in the main speed trap. So, yeah, no real major surprises with the top speeds here. And, of course, with it being a lot faster now, the final sector leading on to the pit straight and the start of the next lap in the race, it should be a lot easier to overtake, I think. And from, again, watching the F2 race, it definitely looked a lot easier to overtake. So, yeah, watch out for the Ferrari-powered teams for sure, of Haas and Ferrari, of course. Red Bull, Mercedes, Williams, and Alpine to make some moves on track. But let's get into the long-run pace from Friday. And this data is from FP2, and it's the average pace of all the teams. So Red Bull, no surprise, they were the quickest team, a 119.6 on average for Max Verstappen. Half a second quicker than Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari. And yeah, Red Bull are going to obliterate everybody in sight, because I think they'll be, to be honest, even quicker than that in the race today, because normally they show even more of an advantage over the rest of the field than they do in practice too with their race pace. Ferrari's race pace, though, did look good compared to Aston Martin and Mercedes. They were just a tad quicker than Aston Martin and a couple tenths quicker than Mercedes. McLaren looked pretty decent on the same pace with Alfa Romeo, who had much better race pace than what we saw from yesterday. And a bit surprised there that Alpine not looking very good with their race pace. And of course, with their grid position not really, not quite, yeah, with, what's it, Ocon in 6th and Gasly in 10th. It's not quite where they deserve to be on the grid with their performance. So I think they're not really heading Alpine for that strong of a result for today. And then the 3 slowest teams, Haas, Williams, and then surprisingly, at the very back in FP2, it was AlphaTauri. But yeah, a couple surprises here again. Alpine, not very quick. Alfa Romeo, a bit quicker. And again, Ferrari looking a lot better with their long-run pace than what we have seen so far. Whether they actually carry that through into the race or not, though, we'll have to see, because I still have my doubts when it comes to them. But anyway, before we move on any further, let me go on to my final top 10 race prediction for today's Spanish Grand Prix. And here it is, and my predicted gaps. These predicted gaps is, let me do that again. These predicted gaps that I have done depends on if there is no safety car or red flag, basically. So Max Verstappen will win the race, and yes, he will win the race by 45 seconds to Lewis Hamilton in second, and that's me being generous, by the way. I only think he'll be 45 seconds because Red Bull will tell him probably after the first pit stop to just back off and coast basically till the checkered flag, but will still win by 45 seconds. Carlos Sainz will finish in 3rd ahead of Alonso in 4th. The reason I think Sainz holds on is because he has a much better grid position, and Fernando, it will take him time to get through and to get near Sainz and Hamilton. So yeah, that will be a big advantage for Ferrari up on the front row. Sergio Perez will come through and have a much better race and finish in P5. Lance Stroll will finish in 6th. I think, though, Stroll will be the highest placed driver to be lapped. With Lando Norris finishing in 7th, George Russell 8th, Ocon 9th, and Pierre Gasly in 10th. You may be thinking, why have I gone Norris in 7th, despite me saying that they're not as quick as, the top 5 teams? Well, because he's got a very good grid position. Alpine don't have a very good grid position for what their performance is truly like. And it will still be hard to a certain degree to overtake around this track. I think Lando will be able to hold on for a few points today. I do have to stress, though, that towards the end of the race, if this prediction is to come true, Lando, George, Esteban, and Pierre in the final 4 positions there will all be very close to one another in the fight for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. It's not going to be, highly strung out. So, I think Lando will hold on for P7 and a good haul of points for the McLaren team to pull away from the other midfield teams behind them. But of course, if this prediction was to come true, Verstappen would further solidify his massive championship lead. Lewis Hamilton would get his 2nd podium of the season. Carlos Sainz would get his 1st podium of 2023 if he was to finish on the podium today. And of course, with this result I've predicted, if Mercedes do get 2nd and 8th and Aston Martin only get 4th and 6th, Mercedes will go up to 2nd in the Constructors' Championship. So, big day for Mercedes to try and make some progress on Aston Martin and get up to 2nd place, which would be a great position for them to be in, considering that they've rarely had this season the 2nd best car in the field. So, would be a great result for Mercedes, and that's what I think they will get. But again, let me know, guys, in the chat whether you agree or disagree or not. One thing I will do quickly, though, is I'm going to remove all of these graphics so that the stream runs a bit smoother. Of course, when Nib comes on, after what happened last week with all the lag, I am having to do some precautionary stuff, such as this, to make sure that, we don't have any issues like that again. And hopefully we do not. But let me get the countdown back on screen, as we have got, I think, an hour and 27 minutes to go. Yes, hour and 27 to go until the beginning of the Spanish Grand Prix. So let me know in the chat, guys, again, for the next, hour and 20, how you think things will play out. And I can see there are some darker clouds coming for the Circuit De Catalunya. And let me just see if there's any rain possibly on its way. And, well, there is rain in the area, but I'm not sure exactly when it is going to hit the track. But by the looks of it, it does look like it will hit the track. And, of course, the race not too far away. From the forecast I looked at, it said that it would be more likely to rain in about 25 to 30 minutes time, and then rain for probably like a 30-minute period or so, and then be dry from then on, essentially. The chances of rain, though, and I've seen this from every forecast, the chances of rain decreases as the race goes on. So it should be, unless the rain we get before the race is, the most, one of the worst downpours you've ever seen, it should be a mostly dry race today. And to be honest, I hope it is a dry race today, because on strategy, things are looking pretty exciting for today, as Pirelli are predicting the fastest strategy today in the dry to be a 2-stop Grand Prix. And the fastest strategy, according to them, is to start the soft tyre, then pit between lap 13 and 17 for a set of hard tyres, and then pit again between lap 37 and 43 for another set of hard tyres. So we should get some differences on strategy, which always makes things more exciting. And I definitely think if it is a full dry race, I think we'll definitely get certain teams try a one-stop race. Probably not Ferrari with Charles Leclerc at the back. I think that would be, given that, Ferrari still don't manage their tyres very well, I just think that'd be too much of a risk, and they would lose too much time doing that. Aston Martin, though, because their grid position is not the best that it really could have been from qualifying of 5th and 8th, and of course Alonso is the faster driver that is actually behind Stroll in 8th. I could see them doing a one-stop strategy because we know how well they look after their tyres. Red Bull for Verstappen probably as well could do a one-stop strategy if they wanted to. But we'll see in the race coming up in an hour and 23 minutes. And make sure, of course, to keep voting in that poll at the top of the chat. Who is the most likely to finish on the podium today? Sainz, Hamilton, Alonso, or Perez? Anyway, let's get into the teams respectively and get into more detail about why I think they'll finish in the positions. I've gone for Red Bull firstly. This will be pretty brief. Max Verstappen will win the race today, no doubt about it. Anyone who thinks he won't win the race today is an idiot, as far as I'm concerned. He will win the race by at least half a minute in normal conditions. And when I mean normal conditions, I don't necessarily mean the dry. Even in the wet, I think he wins by half a minute because he's the best driver in Formula 1, one of the best at least in wet conditions, and this Red Bull car is by far the best on the grid. So we would need like multiple safety cars, maybe even a red flag or two for him to not win by half a minute today. Yeah, Verstappen's going to win easily. For Sergio Perez, though, in P11, I think we'll definitely see a much better performance by him in qualifying. But what does he need to do strategically to try and get maybe a podium finish, which really has to be the aim? And second place is still possible if Red Bull do have a massive pace advantage over the rest of the field, which looks like that might be a possibility in this race. Well, if Perez can start on, say, the medium compound tyre, which is the C2 compound this weekend, even though he will be quite slow for the first few laps compared to how he'll go, say, after lap 10, if he can make his way past a couple cars that should be a lot slower than him, then he should be really motoring through the field at that point, because if, say, cars ahead decide to start on the soft tyres, their tyres will go away quite quickly. And if we do get, Sainz, Hamilton, even Alonso maybe starting on the soft compound tyre, they'll have to pit after at most probably 20-25 laps at the very most. When with Perez, if he was to start on the C2 compound, he'll be able to go probably at least 30 laps into the race, if not 35 laps at least into the race. So, yeah, I would start Perez on the medium and run him at least 30 laps in, and then see just how the field is playing out, and see what Perez's pace is in comparison to cars that have, say, already pitted for a set most likely of hard tyres, which is the C1 compound this weekend. And then, if Perez's pace is looking good, then just keep him on a one-stop strategy and pit him, say, on lap 40 or something like that for a set of hard compound tyres. And then he'll have maybe not fresher tyres than, say, Hamilton, Alonso and Sainz if they're on a two-stop strategy, but he'll be on basically the same tyre life, and given that the Red Bull is legitimately quicker than the Aston Martin, Mercedes and Ferrari cars, he should have the pace to contend then for third or even second place. So yeah, that's what I think they should do with Perez if they want to get him up to second place. But with Verstappen on screen, They could put him literally on any strategy and he'll win the race. It doesn't matter what strategy he does. He could start, honestly, on the hard tyre and still win the race. That's how dominant he will be in this Grand Prix. Let's go on to a bit more competitive, or not competitive, but a bit more interesting teams for this race. So yeah, Ferrari, Charles Leclerc firstly starting from the pit lane. Again, given that Ferrari don't look after their tyres well, I don't think a one-stop strategy is a wise thing for him to do. I think what would be better is if Leclerc started on the soft tyre and then pitted quite early onto a set of hard tyres, try and undercut his way past a load of cars, because even with a very good top speed and what should be a fast enough car to overtake, you know, a couple cars ahead, there could definitely be a DRS train forming during this, the early part of the race, if it is drive course, which could really hurt his progress. So what I would do again is start him on the soft and then pit him, I don't know, say at the latest by lap 10 onto a set of hard tyres, and then jump a load of cars, get as high as you can, and then either commit maybe even to a bit longer than, say, the normal strategy will be, and the predicted fastest strategy will be for today, where you, I think it says to do like 25 laps on the hard. If they can do, say, Ferrari 30, 35 maybe laps on the hard, and just stretch out that middle stint, then they'll be able to have a similar length middle stint, or final stint rather, to other teams, and maybe come home with some points. The reason I don't think Charles Leclerc will finish in the points is because Ferrari have said, again, they don't know why he was so slow yesterday, and they don't know really how to fix the issue. So I think that will continue to affect him in this race, and given that we have, a very fast Aston Martin car, very fast Alpine car, and Lando Norris up in third looking very quick, I just think it'll be too tough for Leclerc to finish in the points. Even if he does finish in the points, though, he's not going to get that many points. Maybe 2 points for 9th, or even 4 points for 8th at the absolute best. Not looking good for him whatsoever. But for Carlos Sainz on the front row, let's just get him up. Given that it's going to be at least a 2-stop strategy, honestly, I think that, he should probably go for He should probably go for an aggressive either 2-stop strategy, which is, an aggressive 2-stopper would be him pitting earlier for his 2 pit stops than, say, the Mercedes and Aston Martin teams. And for, for the, what was I going to say? Or he could do a 3-stop strategy, which of course is the most aggressive thing you could do in today's race. But I would definitely start him on the soft tyre to try firstly and get him into the lead of the race ahead of Max Verstappen. Probably won't last long if he does get into the lead, because Verstappen will just easily get back past him in like 2 or 3 laps, because the Red Bull should be legitimately that much quicker than the Ferrari today in the hands of Max Verstappen. So, yeah, I would start him on the soft and pit him, I don't know, lap 12, 13, something like that. And then go onto a set of hard tyres, and then probably pit early again for the final set of hard compound tyres that they're going to be going on to finish the race, and just, again, make earlier pit stops so they can gain time on fresher tyres over Mercedes and Aston Martin. Because I think Mercedes and Aston Martin, because they have the ability to, I think they will probably, those two teams, go longer on their tyres than Ferrari will. And I don't think Ferrari should be copying them, because they're not going to be able to have the pace as well as Mercedes and Aston Martin to be able to successfully pull that off. So, yeah, I would go aggressive with Ferrari today, because I think, again, if they just try and really extend their tyre stints and go a bit longer, I just think they're really going to suffer here in the dry conditions. And remember, of course, with the much faster final sector and with the amount of load that is being put through the tyres now, a lot more than last year, it's really going to hurt the front tyres. And I just don't see Ferrari being able to manage that issue well enough to be able to extend their tyre stints as well as Mercedes and Aston Martin. So I really hope they do go aggressive and start both cars on the soft and just go for it. And maybe even go for a 3-stop strategy because, again, fresh tyres around this track is definitely something you want. The only thing that is an issue is traffic. But if you can clear it, fresh tyres is absolutely king around the Circuit De Catalunya. But let's go on to the other front-running teams. For Mercedes, actually going back to Ferrari quickly, and I'll go back to Carlos Sainz. The reason I think, again, he finishes in third is because Mercedes will be quicker today in the race. Aston Martin will be as well, but because Alonso is too far back on the grid to get after Sainz quick enough, and Carlos obviously are quite a few positions ahead, that will keep Carlos ahead. And because as well the Ferrari a lot quicker in a straight line, almost 10 kilometers an hour quicker down the pit straight, it's going to be very tough for Alonso and the Aston Martin to pass that Ferrari in a straight line unless the Aston Martin has a massive pace advantage over the Ferrari. So yeah, I think Sainz finishes in third and gets his first podium of 2023. Anyway, now on to Mercedes-Benz. Lewis Hamilton didn't have the greatest session yesterday. I mean, his pace was good. Of course, though, had contact with George Russell in Q2, which was a bit wild. Not his fault. It was more so George Russell's fault, if anything, but it wasn't really his fault either. It was the team's fault for not properly communicating to Russell that Lewis was right behind him. But yeah, Lewis Hamilton looks good. His pace looks absolutely fine. He's really getting the best out of that car. The only reason I think he's in fourth on the grid is because he, I think, made a small mistake at turn 10 in qualifying yesterday on his final lap. So yeah, with Hamilton, I think he can definitely do better than that today. He will pass Lando Norris, I think, pretty quickly. I'd be very surprised if Norris can really race Hamilton. Yeah, I expect Hamilton to get by pretty quickly. As well, the Mercedes a few kilometers an hour faster in a straight line. So they should be able to get that one done easily. And then the race for them is essentially beat Carlos Sainz and finish in second place. And they should be able to do it. Mercedes should be able to go longer on their tyres than Ferrari can, by a few laps at least, and that will really help them towards the end of the second stint and the final stint of the race as well, in the final few laps. And I think, let's say Sainz is a couple seconds ahead of Hamilton, and then we get to the first pit stop phase, and Carlos pits again on lap 12, lap 13, something like that. Then I think the best thing for Mercedes to do is to probably leave Lewis out on track until at least lap 20. And if I was Mercedes, I'd be starting Hamilton on the... I'd actually start him on the soft compound tyre, because I think the Mercedes can definitely manage that tyre well enough to get him to lap 20. And then have fresher tyres, as long as he's not in too bad traffic and has enough clean air, should be able, Hamilton, to make it work in catching Carlos Sainz on much fresher tyres. Just go back to Hamilton. There you go. Yeah, we'll be able to catch Sainz, I think, on fresher tyres by quite a bit. And if he can pass Carlos on track in the second stint at the latest, before the final pit stop, which really should be taking place between lap 35 and lap 45, for a set of, for most people, hard compound tyres, then I think Lewis Hamilton does comfortably finish in second place. So yeah, that's got to be the aim for Mercedes, and I think he will go longer on his tyres, have fresher tyres for the rest of the race, and finish in second place, because I think the Mercedes will pass the Ferrari on the racetrack, as Hamilton looking very quick for Mercedes this weekend. And then for George Russell, who is, well, struggling quite a lot in his Mercedes, I think the best thing for him is basically to do what Sergio Perez is going to do, or what I think he should do, Perez, in the Red Bull, which is start on the medium, run as long as they can into the race. They lap 35, lap 40 mostly, or most likely, on that compounded tyre, and then finish up for the final, say, 25 laps, even 30 laps on the hard compound tyre. If he does that strategy, then I think a 7th, 8th, maybe even a 6th at best is definitely possible. But realistically, I don't see Russell finishing in the top 5. I think that's a bit too far for him because Perez ahead will be quicker. And then obviously Sainz, Hamilton, Alonso should be not necessarily quicker, but just they're too far ahead on the grid, I think, for Russell to really compete with those drivers today. My prediction is Russell finishes in 8th because he will get held up quite a bit behind slower cars, and it will take him a bit of time to clear a couple cars, and will take him quite a bit of time to pass the 2 Alpines of Ocon and Gasly, and will just miss out on finishing in 7th place ahead of Lando Norris in the McLaren. So yeah, 8th I think it'll be for Russell here today. But a big chance for Mercedes to finish in a podium position for the second time this season today. And I think they've got definitely a good enough pace to be able to secure enough points to see them overtake Aston Martin for second in the Constructors' Championship. And talking of Aston Martin, let's go on to them now. And here is a picture of Lance Stroll, not Fernando Alonso, going into the gravel. That was back in practice 3 on the intermediate tyres. Maybe we'll see the same again. If it is raining at the circuit. I can tell you at the minute, the sun is out and it is pretty hot at the Montmello circuit. So, yeah, there's no sign of rain at the minute, but it is on its way by the looks of it. Whether it actually does happen enough to cause a wet start or anything like that, we'll have to see. But at the minute, absolutely bone dry. Yeah, for Aston Martin, poor qualifying, 5th and 8th they will be starting for the race today. Of course, though, with Fernando Alonso, let me just get him up. There you go. Because of his broken floor, wasn't able to deliver the best pace he could. I think Alonso had the pace definitely to qualify second ahead of Carlos Sainz, but again, damaged his floor quite a bit in that incident, bouncing through the gravel of the final corner. On the exit of the final corner. So yeah, disappointing, but Alonso, starting in 8th place, I think has a good opportunity today. And even Lance Stroll, man on screen, has a good opportunity today because Aston Martin, with their new upgrades that they brought this weekend to the front wing and the rear wing, car definitely looks significantly better than what we've seen previously. So, yeah, Aston Martin should be a lot quicker today. And a podium is definitely possible. And I think really has to be the aim for Aston Martin today to finish at least in 3rd place, whether it's Stroll or Alonso. I do hope that Stroll has good pace today because it would be nice to see him having a really good race, given he's had a couple decent races this season, but nothing special, say, so far in 2023. He had a good race in Bahrain, I remember. Obviously, wasn't fully healthy then. Was having a good race in Saudi Arabia until his car, I think, caught fire. But yeah, he's not quite had, a proper great result in a race so far. So it would be good to see him maybe on the podium. And again, the pace is definitely there for that to happen. But for Stroll, I do think he will lack quite a bit of pace today, and I don't think he'll have the pace of his teammate, Fernando Alonso. The reason I think Alonso doesn't get the podium is because ahead of him, you've got Hülkenberg firstly that needs to overtake. Haas is very quick in a straight line, 10 kilometers an hour quicker than the Aston Martin in a straight line. That's going to be pretty hard for him to overtake unless he has a massive pace advantage, which I mean he should, but still needs to get a good run on him on the exit, the final corner, to get that move done. And then he will have to overtake his teammate and probably Esteban Ocon in the Alpine. The Alpine is not going to be easy to overtake. Ocon is going to be obviously racing for his life. Alpine are definitely quick enough to compete with those certain teams. So, yeah, Alonso eventually will pass Ocon. Somehow, some way will get past Stroll, whether it's through the pit stop phase or on track. Maybe even Stroll lets him through because he's a lot quicker. Who knows? But in the end, and obviously he'll pass Norris as well, the Aston Martin will be much faster than McLaren. But in the end, he'll lose and waste so much time getting through those cars that he won't have enough time to overtake Carlos Sainz and finish on the podium. So yeah, I think Alonso finished in 4th. And for Lance Stroll, I think he will finish in 6th, which is still a good result. It's nothing terrible. Obviously, he'll be hoping for better, but 4th and 6th, given their grid position and how both drivers look pace-wise this weekend, I think is realistically a good result for them. 3rd, though, definitely possible for the Aston Martin team, no doubt about that. And yeah, if obviously they do finish there and Mercedes get the result, I think they will. They'll lose 2nd in the championship, which might not be the worst thing in the world, because of course, on June the 30th, later this month, the wind tunnel testing restrictions, in terms of who gets more wind tunnel time than others, it resets itself based on the championship standings on June the 30th. So, might actually be better for Aston Martin to drop down to 3rd briefly, so they can get those extra runs compared to Mercedes and Red Bull, have a better second half of the season. But yeah, they will be a lot better today, no doubt about that. Yesterday was nowhere near the potential, and sad to see Alonso having that issue. But at the end of the day, made the mistake that cost him the pace from the floor. And final front-running team we'll go on to is Alpine. The pace was really good from Alpine. Gasly 4th, Esteban Ocon quite disappointing in 7th, but Gasly really produced a brilliant effort in qualifying. But because Gasly has his 6th place penalty for impeding 2 different cars in Q1 alone as well, yeah, they're not going to be able to capitalize on that. And it's really unfortunate, because if Gasly was starting in 4th place, I think Gasly would have a decent chance at finishing 5th or even 6th in this race. But given how close it is between the cars, of, you know, Alpine, Ferrari, Mercedes, Aston Martin, you just cannot afford to have poor grid position for the race, and that's what they have really, a 6th and 10th, which is quite a bit worse than it really should have been for the Alpine team, and I think they will suffer for that. Sergio Perez behind will pass both Alpines, the Red Bull clearly quicker. Alonso will pass Ocon, so they'll drop another position there. And I do think the Mercedes will be quick enough with George Russell at the wheel to pass both Alpines as well. And that's why I believe they will be 9th and 10th. But I really hope I'm wrong when it comes to their race pace. But I just think with the Gasly having his penalty, they've really cost themselves, Alpine, what could be a really strong result take away from here. But there is no doubt, coming out of this Grand Prix weekend, even if they don't get a great result and it's only like 7th, 8th, something like that at best, Alpine are a front-running team. There is no doubt about it, because in qualifying, they could have easily been on the front row of the grid. Could have the Alpine team. So they're definitely here to play in 2023. There is no doubt about that. Not just here to play at certain races. I think they're here to play at every Grand Prix on the calendar, and I definitely think that coming up in the next couple of races, you'll see this team very, very quick. But yeah, today, 9th and 10th, I think it'll be for them, with Ocon 9th and Pierre Gasly in P10. For McLaren, Lando Norris starting P3 again. The best lap of qualifying, in my view, was Lando Norris. Max Verstappen was obviously truly superb out front, but Lando's lap was the best, because that McLaren car is not quick enough really to be up in 3rd place. It was Lando producing pretty much the perfect lap to finish up in third, just ahead of the quicker Alpine, Mercedes, and also the Aston Martin as well. And McLaren, I mean, firstly, I have to say, looked a bit better than I expected in quali, getting both cars into Q3. Of course, is helped by, Perez having his struggles, Russell and Leclerc as well. But still, great performance. At the end of the day, those drivers were just too slow for whatever reason. But yeah, Lando Norris, that lap was one of the best laps of the season so far. Right up there with Ocon's lap in Monaco, Verstappen's lap in Monaco. What other great laps have we had this season? Probably Russell and Hamilton in Melbourne, you could say as well. Had some really amazing laps there. Piastri did an amazing lap in Saudi Arabia. And yeah, Lando's is definitely one of the best we've seen so far this season. As he said in his interview after the session, though, he'll just be holding on for dear life today because a lot of cars behind him are going to be a lot quicker than him. And I expect him to fall behind, of course, Hamilton, Alonso, Stroll, Perez, and he will struggle even to finish in 7th place. And the reason I've gone for him as 7th is because with the form he's in, I just think he'll do enough as a driver to somehow drag that McLaren into finishing into 7th place ahead of the Mercedes of Russell and the 2 Alpines of Ocon and Gasly. So yeah, Lando Norris, I'm going to go in P7. Shame for Piastri, because again, his best time in qualifying was actually from Q2. And if he had done that in Q3, he would be starting today's race from 6th. And if he did start from 6th today, I think his chances of finishing in the points would be pretty decent, say ahead of at least one of the Alpines, because even though, yeah, Lando stole the show, really, for McLaren, Oscar as well was very quick. We have to remember that. He wasn't as quick as Lando in qualifying, but he was, a tenth and a half, maybe 2 tenths at most away from Lando. Lando's performance was just... there was nothing you could do about what Lando was doing in qualifying yesterday, and I don't think we can really blame Piastri for his performance. The only thing you can blame him for is making maybe some mistakes on his final lap, which is why, essentially, he is starting in a bit worse of a grid position of P10, rather than where he should be starting, which is on the 3rd or even 4th row of the grid. But... yeah, for McLaren, car looks a bit better again than I expected it to be, which is good to see. I was pleasantly surprised by what I saw at McLaren, but it will be quite a struggle today. And as Lando also said after qualifying, the aim is to finish in the top 10, because that's realistically the best they can get from this race. There's no point aiming for a top 5 or even a podium, because that is just not possible in this race. And as I said yesterday as well, Lando proved once again, as he has done many times the last couple of years especially, why he deserves a front-running car. Because look what he can do in what is a pretty mediocre car, to be honest. And yeah, given that Alpine have now got, a very fast car and a front-running car, pretty much on the same pace as, Ferrari, Mercedes, maybe even Aston Martin as well, McLaren have got no excuses now. They should not be still really a midfield outfit, and they've got to make the improvements that, they need to make if they're going to close that gap. Of course, they have a massive upgrade coming to the British Grand Prix, which apparently is a B-spec car, which, if you guys know, is just pretty much a new car in terms of upgrades. Apparently, though, the new upgrade will focus on the car's efficiency. And what that means is, I think, is that it will be a lot less draggy, but still provide, really good downforce, which has been McLaren's biggest weakness, really, since the start of 2022. The car's not been terrible from an aerodynamics perspective, it's been okay, at least, or if not decent at times. The issue has been they've been really slow in a straight line, and at times the slowest team in a straight line. Not just by a slight amount to the next team, but sometimes they've been the slowest team by miles. I remember in Saudi Arabia, I think Piastri, despite qualifying 9th, he was like 15 or even 20 kilometers an hour slower than like the Red Bull in a straight line, which was hilarious, honestly, to say. But McLaren need to make those improvements because they've got 2 drivers absolutely worthy of a much better car. And we'll just finish up with a final few midfield teams. Alfa Romeo, not really that good in qualifying, unfortunately. Their upgrades that they brought at Monaco, not too many upgrades they brought, just didn't really work for them, unfortunately. And they were the second slowest team in qualifying, were Alfa Romeo. Their race pace looks a lot better than, say, Haas and AlphaTauri and Williams, at least. So looking good there. But with them 13th and 16th on the grid, I don't really see what Alfa Romeo can do with that grid position. So yeah, I think they'll have an okay result outside of the top 10, but they blew what could have been a good chance at a point with, Valtteri Bottas especially having a really poor qualifying session in 16th place. For Haas F1, big shout out to Nico Hülkenberg, who will be starting 7th here in Spain. That's the highest starting position Nico has ever had at the Spanish Grand Prix. So, yeah, brilliant from him. He was superb in qualifying, been superb all weekend. Remember, of course, he was 3rd in practice 2 and looked really quick throughout that session. And Haas, once again, pretty fast, as they have been a lot of times in qualifying in 2023. But despite starting in 7th, again, the lack of tyre management and just poor race pace will be their Achilles heel today, because you've got, Gasly just behind, Alonso obviously, Perez, Russell, and they're just going to be a lot quicker than Hülkenberg in the Haas. Great job again by Hülkenberg, but he, I don't think he's going to get really a point from this race. He's going to really need a couple retirements, I think, from this Spanish Grand Prix if he's going to get a point from the race in Spain. But for Kevin Magnussen, I have to say again, really poor performance, almost a second slower than his teammate. That is simply not good enough from someone who should be a lot quicker. No doubt about it. But 7th and 17th is where they are on the grid. But yeah, I don't see a point for them. I think they'll just miss out. Hülkenberg, I think, most likely will finish in probably, 12th, 13th, something like that. We'll see how he gets on. For AlphaTauri, they are a lot better than they showed in qualifying. Yuki Tsunoda did go up before his track limit violation caused a lap time deletion. He did go up to 11th place. So a lot more pace in that AlphaTauri than what we saw. 14th and 15th they are on the grid. They'll definitely, I think, beat Zhou and the Alfa Romeo, as they are simply faster. And both drivers look pretty quick this weekend. So, I think you'll see, really, the two AlphaTauris fighting maybe Piastri ahead in the McLaren, but definitely Hülkenberg in the Haas, who should reverse his way through the order towards them. But they're not obviously going to get a point for the race, because Hülkenberg obviously will be nowhere near the points, I don't think, in the end. And you've got faster cars around them, such as Perez and the Red Bull, Russell and the Mercedes, and Leclerc. In the Ferrari, as I'm just watching the broadcast at the minute, guys, and yes, there are some darker clouds on their way and coming over the circuit at the minute. Still, though, the sun is out, so it is still bone dry, and we've got just over 45 minutes to go until the start of the race. So, if it does rain, it's going to be quite short amount of time before the race, I think, when it rains. Maybe 30 to 20 minutes. before the race or something like that is when it'll start to rain, which could really spice things up in terms of tyre choice. Because if it only rains for a few minutes and then stops, then you might get some differences on, again, tyre choice there. Anyway, that's AlphaTauri. And finally, Williams, who have, quite simply, the slowest car. They are not going to finish ahead of anyone. They're going to finish at the very back of the field. And they're really, the reason they are, at the minute, falling back so much and why they look a lot slower now than they did, say, 6 weeks ago, is because loads of teams have brought big upgrades and Williams haven't been able to because they don't have the finances or the resources to do so right now. And of course, the aero testing, wind tunnel testing regulations, they don't really tend to bite and show their or show the differences in what teams can test more than others until really the second half of the season. And Williams, of course, from finishing last season, and given they'll probably be last in the championship when it resets itself on June the 30th, Williams will have the most wind tunnel runs. So I do expect some big upgrades from Williams coming into the second half of the season. So they will improve. They're not now going to be just the slowest team by far. But you're going to have to probably wait until their home race at Silverstone for Williams to improve on their current predicament. But those guys are all of the teams. And we're just over 45 minutes away from getting underway. Let me just remove some more stuff. Again, to help the stream and my just PC in general run as smooth as possible. And make sure to keep posting in the chat your comments. Of course, interested to hear what you guys will think will happen in the race today. So let me just do this, and there you go. So just over 45 minutes to go until the formation lap begins at the Circuit De Catalunya. So let me know, guys, in the chat, who do you think wins the race today? Again, if you don't think Verstappen, then you're an idiot. But who do you think, most importantly, finishes on the podium in second and third? Will Perez still get a podium? Or can Hamilton, Sainz, Alonso, even Stroll in the other Aston Martin, can he get a podium today? Let me know in the live chat. And also, let me know in the poll that I've set up who you think out of those four drivers, Sainz, Hamilton, Alonso, Perez, is the most likely to finish on the podium. Right, let me read through some comments in the chat. Hello to Rona, says, hi, Chaz, I hope you're doing well. You still think Hülkenberg is not that good? Yeah, I still do. I mean, yeah, he is capable of good performances, but the issue of Hülkenberg is that he doesn't do, for one, this consistently. This is not a consistent thing with Hülkenberg. He'll have like a few good races in a row, Nico, and then he'll have then a load of races in a row where he doesn't really do anything. He always does that throughout his entire F1 career. But I do think yesterday Haas legitimately had a good qualifying car. So I don't think they got into Q3 because Hülkenberg put in an amazing lap. I think it was a bit of both. Hülkenberg being quick, yes, but Haas were very, very quick in qualifying yesterday. So yeah, I don't think Hülkenberg's lap yesterday was anything special. It was good, but it was nothing special. Definitely not as great as what we saw from Lando Norris. But yeah, let's see some other comments in the chat. Mickey says, for real, Max, Lewis, Sainz, top three. BA says Max, Hamilton, Alonso, Sainz. KG says Max, Sainz, Hamilton. BA says no podium for Perez, P5 at best. Let's find some other comments here if I can. And yeah, Pierre Gasly, if you're wondering, does start in P10, not in P4. A shame, because it would make the race even more exciting with him in 4th. And just mix things up. But at the end of the day, had a great lap and a great qualifying, but he blew it with 2 egregious incidents of impeding another driver. BA says, even with Max having a DNF, I don't see Sainz winning, being honest. Hamilton, Ocon, or Alonso would take that honour. Not sure Ocon deserves to be quite in that, worthy of a shout for, if Max was to DNF, who could win instead. But, if Max was to DNF, then I think really Lewis Hamilton, because of what is probably good race pace, really good race pace, and because he's got a good grid position, he'd probably be the most likely to win the race. But Sergio Perez would still be a threat in the other Red Bull. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Peter says, if no other driver couldn't understand how Max did Sector 3 in Monaco, yes, then Max isn't the best driver. Not sure about that. I mean, I will agree. I don't think Max's final sector in Monaco was as amazing as people make out. It was really good. As a driver, he left nothing to spare. It was a great final sector, but it wasn't the greatest sector we've ever seen. It wasn't that good. It was just surprising because obviously after the first 2 sectors, he was 0.2 of a second down, and then somehow pulled out 0.3 of a second. The issue was, the reason Alonso didn't get pole was because Alonso, if you go back and look, and you can see this time last week, and when I was building up to the Monaco Grand Prix, I showed on screen, Alonso, I think, had the 7th best, or the Aston Martin team with Alonso had the 7th best final sector in the team-by-team ranking. That's why Alonso didn't get pole, because his final sector was poor. I mean, Max, again, did a great final sector, but it wasn't all because of Max. It was also because Fernando just had a poor final sector. And that's what decided it in the end, and really decided that Max Verstappen was going to win the Monaco Grand Prix. If Alonso had got pole, I think Alonso probably would have held on. Despite Verstappen being as quick as he was, I think Alonso would have held on. As a Mercedes there of George Russell on his way to the grid. Obviously, the cars at the minute are just doing some laps on the way to the grid. Russell there taking a trip through the gravel on the exit of turn 5. But it looks all okay. He did come back on the track, as it looks like Lewis Hamilton is now on the grid with his car. BA says, I think Stroll will allow Alonso past him if recent history is an indication, even if his performance has been lacking as of late. Stroll has shown good respect and loyalty to Alonso. Yeah. I think Stroll's definitely someone who wouldn't really be too bothered with letting Fernando through if he is quicker. BA also saying Hamilton has a good car under him today. We'll see if he can avoid accidents, but he should end up P2 or P3. Fingers crossed Alonso can somehow also land there. Stephen Wow or Woe, I'm not sure how to pronounce that last name. It's W-O-U-W. Says, so when the budget cap regulations start to kick in so that Red Bull is losing its dominance. So hold on, let me read that again. So when should the budget cap regulations start to kick in so that Red Bull is losing its dominance? If not, can we agree the budget cap is a failure to prevent teams from dominating? Look, at the end of the day, the budget cap and the aero testing rules were brought in to have a closer field, which still, despite Red Bull dominating, is still true. The field is still closer than it has been most years. because of those regulations. But it was no guarantee that it would stop a team from dominating. They hoped it would, but it was never a guarantee. And that's why Red Bull are dominating, because they have come out with the clearly best car. They have the best philosophy of design. And their car doesn't have a weakness, and that's why they are dominating Formula 1. But again, that doesn't mean the budget cap is a failure, because all areas of the new 2022 regulations, they weren't all going to succeed. There is no such thing as regulations that completely succeed in achieving its goals. So you cannot point me, a regulation or a set of regulations that has completely achieved what it was, supposed to. Even back in, 2009, maybe people will say that achieved all it was supposed to. Yeah, but to a degree, the racing was definitely easier in 2009 with the changes they made to the aerodynamics to make it easier to follow, easier to race. But really, compared to the year before in 2008, it wasn't really that much of a difference. So, yeah, I don't think 2009, obviously it was a very exciting season, but I don't think those regulations, lived up to its maximum potential that obviously they hoped it would. But yeah, again, they were never going to accomplish everything they could with the regulations. There was always going to be something that just didn't quite hit the mark. And yeah, a team unfortunately is dominating Formula 1. It is unfortunate. I obviously don't want to see a team dominating, but that is the way it is. There's nothing we can do about it. The only thing that can be done about it is that with Red Bull at the top, the lower down teams having a bit more time in the wind tunnel, they need to make the improvements to improve their car to close the gap. And it's up to the other teams to close the gap. And that's how it should be. We shouldn't be punishing so much dominance. And I've said this a few times, I'm absolutely fine with having a new set of regulations, say once every 5 years, to freshen things up and to keep sport moving in terms of not have it be too stale and keep up with the times necessarily when it comes to technology and stuff like that. But I don't think we should really punish dominance. I think the other teams should just get better. And as Max Verstappen said, I think, I don't know if it was earlier this weekend or the previous weekend in Monaco, but it's so true. If you leave the regulations alone long enough, everyone will hit a ceiling and then the field will just automatically get closer. And it's already happening. And it will probably get closer next year and the year after as well. So, yeah. The regulations have been fine. People have really overstated their failure, if you want to call it that. They haven't been perfect, but they were never going to be perfect, is the point that I'm trying to make. Will Chan saying exactly, step your game up or get run over. That's how it should be, not just in Formula 1, but in sport. Either improve to get to the level of the best team, or, just prepare to be, like you said, just get run over. And that's why, with teams like Mercedes and Ferrari, because they've waited too long to change their design philosophies to match more so Red Bull, they've delayed the time it would take for them to close the gap to Red Bull with continuing with a design philosophy that simply doesn't work as well as the Red Bull one when it comes to the floor, the side pod, and just the overall car. So, yeah, it's, just get with the program and get on Red Bull's, what Red Bull are doing. Ronan says, dominance is sometimes to be admired. Other sports have dominant teams too. Yeah, exactly. And one thing actually, and I've been of the opinion of this for quite a while when it comes to just all sports in general. If you have domination, not forever, but for a certain amount of time, it forces the other teams to get better, and it forces the quality of Formula One to get higher, whether that is because of a dominant F1 team, or if you've got a driver who is the best driver in Formula One. If they're way better than everybody else, again, it forces everybody else to get much better to get to that level and increases the quality. If you look at football, if you have a team dominating the league, people may think, oh, it's boring because, having one team dominate. A great example of this actually is Manchester City. When they won the league the first time under Pep Guardiola in 2018, yeah, they were miles better than everybody else. I think had like 100 points, nearly 20 points clear the next team. Yeah, they were easily the best team, but it forced Liverpool and other teams to try and get better rather than to just stagnate and just, be comfortable with what they had. It forced them to get even better if they actually wanted to win the big trophies, big titles, so on and so forth. And that's the same goes for Formula One. So I actually think dominance in a way is good because it forces the quality to get even higher from the team or driver perspective. Will Chan is saying City's still miles better than the rest of the Prem. I wouldn't say miles, but yeah, they are still the best team. We have to remember in the Premier League, they were struggling quite a bit for consistent good form up until like the end of February. So yeah, I know they're heading for a treble, but they've only really been like their real great selves since like the start of March. Because yeah, up until the end of February, they were dropping points to a lot of shit teams. Anyway, before I bring Nib on, what I will do is, for the final time, post the link of the stream out in a couple places. So I'll just do that, and then I'll bring him on. Come join us here to watch along the Spanish GP. I'll just quickly post this out on Twitter. Come join us here to watch along the Spanish GP. Hold on. Redo it. Do a couple hashtags, and then yeah, I'll just get Discord up and get bringing him on, and hopefully he's my Discord is not as laggy as last week, because that was annoying last week, to be honest. Because I think only for like quarter of the race you couldn't really hear what Nib was saying because it was just robo. Right, so let's get into let's get on to Niblo. Let me just get everything ready here to bring him on. As still looks dry, by the way, at the minute at the circuit. 31 minutes to go until the start of the race. So if we do get a shower, it's going to be quite soon before start of the race. But right, let me just get Discord up and get him on. And there you go. See if it's all working. Right, are you there?
I am. Hello, hello.
Right, you sound all good. How are you?
I am good, despite being awake for about half an hour. And just to point on that last topic that you were just talking about, I just remember that people were claiming that Manchester City saved football when they beat us in the league twice. What a funny claim that is. Now everyone's crying that it's like the Bundesliga. And
Yeah.
Ronan with another fantastic example with Team Sky's dominance in the Tour de France for many, many years with Chris Froome, Bradley Wiggins, Geraint Thomas, and now absolutely terrible in the Tour de France for the most part. So, yeah, great example, Ronan.
Yeah. I
How are
don't.
you?
I'm good. Yeah. I've been up for quite a while. Now I've been. To be honest, I'm quite excited for this race because I think we've got a really exciting grid. Really mixed up
Oh,
grid. To be honest.
I mean, it's the most un-Barcelona like grid
Yeah.
imaginable because, I mean, usually it is 2 by 2 by 2,
Yeah.
where it's like seven different teams in the first seven positions on the grid. It's set up nicely.
I mean, yeah. You'd think that yesterday was like a wet qualifying or something. Like that's the assumption you would have when actually no, it was pretty much bone dry for the entire session. And yeah, it was a really exciting session. Let's just get straight into it. Of course, I will let you guys know in the chat again if any rain starts to fall. There is a dark cloud now overhead, but yeah, can't see if it's raining at the minute because Sky are not showing the actual live track. They're showing a piece they're doing on Haas. So Max Verstappen's going to obliterate everyone. We don't need to talk about him. So for second and third, who do you think are the contenders for that? Because we've got Sainz second, Hamilton fourth, Stroll fifth, Alonso eighth, Perez 11th. I think really those are the five options really for that podium. Most likely it's between Sainz, Hamilton, Alonso, Perez. Who do you think most likely is second and third today?
Probably Perez and Hamilton. I thought Hamilton looked pretty good throughout quali until Q3. I mean, of course, some of the cultists on Twitter crying that Hamilton going P1 and Q1 wasn't mentioned at all on a certain broadcast. That was
I saw that
hilarious. Yep. But yeah, no, I think Hamilton's got a good chance of getting a podium today. I mean, heck, McLaren. Nice to see McLaren at the highest downforce track on the calendar so far this season. Finally be there. So it's nice. It's nice to see McLaren finally have a good weekend. Just a shame that Oscar, I assume, had quite a poor Q3 lap because he was pretty close to Lando
Yeah.
throughout the majority of qualifying. So hopefully McLaren can look after their tyres well enough in the race. Which is, of course, why we don't need to mention Max, because as close as, like, for the most part, the field is in qualifying, the Red Bull's, like, tyre saving is absolutely absurd, especially with Max. He's a freak. I think we all know this at this stage.
Yeah.
I mean, even Toto's coming out and saying it now. Like, yeah, I think certainly probably think Hamilton and Perez are favourites to get the last two spots on the podium, and for Alonso's streak to be broken.
With Alonso, what do you think will stop him getting the podium? Just him not being quick enough, or is it really the poor grid position? Because I actually think, as I was saying earlier in the stream, if he had a healthy car, obviously he broke his car by going through the gravel. I think he could have actually put his car on the front row for today's race, but do you think it's just poor grid position will cost him?
Yeah, poor grid position, because, I mean, as we know, it's not exactly the slipperiest car in a straight line. So, yeah, I do really think that the poor grid starting position will cost him, unless, I mean, he does his standard mega Spain start here, where he just drives past everyone on the outside of turn 3. I think unless he has a really good start, I struggle to see him probably making the podium. But I mean, who knows? I mean, the main factor today is going to be tyre wear, and it's nice for that to be the case at a Grand Prix.
It is, and just to remind you guys in the chat, if you don't know, Pirelli have said that the predicted best strategy today is a two-stopper. The fastest strategy is to start on the soft, and then stop between lap 13 and 17 for a set of hards, and then pit again, say around lap 40 for another set of hards. But looking at what they said for the 4 quickest strategies are, the other strategies that aren't, the quickest, but aren't, too far away from the quickest strategy, I think we could see some teams going for it. And I think we will see definitely a variation. I think we will get maybe 2 or 3 cars out there even go for a one-stop strategy if they can manage their tyres well enough. And if, certain cars get held up, say cars that are doing more aggressive strategies, if they get held up behind slower cars for too long, I think we could definitely see that. And maybe even a 3-stop strategy in this race today. It's definitely a possibility. And this is what we want. We don't just want boring one-stop races. We want... I don't mind teams doing a one-stop race, but I would like there to be variation in tyre stints, or, whether certain teams do a 2-stop or certain teams do a 1-stop. I did just see on the grid there, Lando Norris is having quite a lot of work done to the rear right brake, which Joe Bauer was also looking over a few minutes ago, and I think still is. So not sure what the issue is there. Hopefully nothing too bad for Lando. And yeah, with Perez, Russell, Leclerc, obviously they were the big shocks in being eliminated in Q2 and even for Leclerc in Q1. Just a word, Nib, on those 3. Was it all just poor performances, or was it just no confidence in the car? Say for 2 of them, or even all 3 of them.
Yeah, well, it was quite weird to see Charles go out at that stage of qualifying. I mean, Ferrari quite clearly don't have a bad car, but I think that there might have actually been something wrong with his car, as Martin just completely photobombed some dude's photo with Neymar. That was absolutely hilarious. And he's trying to get Neymar to speak English when he doesn't barely speak a word of English. That's quite funny. But yeah, it seems as if Leclerc might have had some issues on just purely left-handed corners. So hopefully they've figured out that issue, if that is a potential issue at all. And then, yeah, I mean, Perez absolutely cooked himself by having that trip off into the gravel. And then the tyres quite clearly just didn't come back to him. Not too sure what happened with Russell. Did Russell have enough? I don't think he did he?
He did complain that he had no confidence in the car or the tyres, he said, especially. So, yeah, he was just really slow yesterday. I wanted to ask as well, because of obviously it was a talking point. What did you think of the Hamilton-Russell thing? For me, it's just Mercedes at fault for not communicating properly the position of the cars on track. Yeah. Do you think the same, or do you think like any of the drivers share any blame really for what happened there?
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I mean, the team should absolutely be communicating what's going on there. As we've seen Medvedev, but I don't think Brundle's going to know who on earth Daniel Medvedev is. There's still a lot of work going on that right rear brake of Lando's cars, so hopefully everything is okay with that. But yeah, I mean, they certainly should have done a much better job, shouldn't have they, in communicating that, because it was just a bit of a silly incident in the end.
Yeah, it was.
And thankfully, it didn't end up worse.
Yeah, as Martin Brundle said in commentary, it could have been like if they had hit, or if Hamilton hit the wrong part, it could have been a really bad accident. If he had hit like the left rear tyre and gone up over the top of him, it could have been really bad.
Yeah.
And I think Sky early on the broadcast, they showed a split screen of the 2 cars. And basically what happened was Russell was, as Martin is now interviewing Michael Douglas on the grid. Yeah, they showed the split screen. Russell, I think they were both on outlaps. Russell was quite a bit ahead of Hamilton. Russell was like in, I think, exit of turn 10. Hamilton was just exiting turn 9, but Russell backed off a lot because I think he thought that he had really nobody behind. Hamilton just got on with it and closed the gap a lot, and then Hamilton was right in his slipstream as they went through the final 2 corners. As
Michael Douglas was waxing lyrical on Martin Brundle, saying that he's like the GOAT commentator, basically. So that was very nice.
Yeah, it is true. He's one of the absolute best out there. Yeah, with Mercedes, it's just really bad communication that led to what could have been a much better or bigger accident, and thankfully didn't affect Hamilton's qualifying too badly, but on another day could have affected it much worse. What do you call it? And yeah, with the rest of the field, there's not really much else to talk about necessarily. I mean, I guess should we talk? Well, you basically already talked about Lando Norris. With Piastri, though, as you said, pretty clear to say he did a much worse lap in Q3 than what was possible. His Q2 time would have been good enough to see him start 6th on the grid today. Are you impressed by how Piastri is? I mean, he's still slower than Lando, but he's only a 10th or 2 at worst behind, really, on average every single lap. Are you impressed by, given that it's only this is the 7th race of the season, didn't do anything last year other than, driving the simulator for Alpine, and he's, coming to McLaren, and his pace looks really strong compared to Lando. How impressed are you by his start to the season?
Oh, so impressed by what he's doing at the moment. I mean, I think if he was driving a car last year, he'd be pretty much right on pace with Lando. But I mean, to be where Lando is right now, it's quite impressive. And yeah, I mean, we saw he didn't have a lot of confidence in the car in Monaco last weekend, but still did put in like a good qualifying where he wasn't too far off Lando. But of course, being just a little bit off your teammate in Monaco is going to cost you ultimately. But yeah, I think as we now come to more of the traditional European tracks, he's going to really improve his performances, especially where he's raced at before. And yeah, to be close at some of these tracks where he hasn't raced before, in F2 and F3 is quite impressive.
Yeah, Oscar's had pretty much a faultless start to his Formula One career, and good to see that he is doing very well in the McLaren. And as Nib says, when we get to pretty much the heart of the European season, he should be, just behind Lando, if not maybe at certain tracks, basically on the same pace. And if McLaren do improve their car soon quite a bit, then yeah, he should be looking good going forward for the second half of the season. But we've got just over 15 minutes to go until the start of the race. Still no rain falling. Looking at the clouds, I don't think we are going to see rain before the start of the race. It looks like it's going to be dry, most likely. So, to be honest, I'm not saying a wet race around here wouldn't be good, but I actually would prefer, in a way, if it was dry, because we'll get, lots of tyre wear, lots of different strategy options, and all of that. I think it will really make things quite exciting. But yeah, we've got just over 15 minutes to go till the start of the race. Just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for F3 Grand Prix. And make sure to smash that like button. I can see that we're currently on 76 likes. Let's try and get up to 100 if we can, or around 100 by the time the race starts in about 15 minutes time. But yeah, the skies look absolutely fine. F1 is dressed in pretty much summer gear, and it looks to be definitely a bit warmer than what we saw yesterday, and a lot less windy than what we saw yesterday. Because yesterday, I think we had about a 16, 17 kilometer an hour wind, and looks a lot better, a lot more settled today. So it should be Absolutely fine. As Martin Brundle there interviewing Flavio Briatore, the former Benetton and Renault team boss. And to be honest, I really don't like that they do let him come back to the races because of what he done. But that's Formula One for you. As the national anthem should start pretty soon.
Well, I mean, he was still Fernando's manager for a long time after that happened.
Yeah. And was he Webber's manager until Webber retired, or did that end when he was?
He was Webber's manager as well.
Yeah.
At least until he finished in F1.
Yeah. As national anthem now playing for the intros to the race. Just trying to think of actually one more thing to talk about quickly is, of course, my prediction coming into this weekend has absolutely flopped because I said that
Leclerc on pole.
Yeah, Leclerc on pole is what my prediction was. And that was purely based off of me assuming that their upgrade would work. And you'd think around this track that if it did improve their car, that it would show itself. And, well, they haven't improved at all. Typical Ferrari, they put upgrades on and they don't get any quicker. So yeah, really depressing if you're a Tifosi fan.
You remember what I said to you during that stream as well, by the way?
You'll remember the prediction or something like that, wasn't it?
Nah, I said, of all people, why on earth would you trust Ferrari in that situation? Of all people.
I just thought because of how big of an upgrade it is, they have to gain at least some time from it. But, yeah, true. It is Ferrari. Why expect them to do anything good? Good to see, though, Aston Martin's upgrades work well. New front and rear wing upgrades. The front wing is basically a completely new front wing in its design. Of course, Mercedes' upgrades have shown to be improving the car a tad from what we've seen so far. I think this race, though, will show properly how the Mercedes upgrades are working with Hamilton, because of course in qualifying he still didn't get a great result, and I think in this race you'll see more of a genuine pace from them. And yeah, we'll see how that all shakes out. Of course, Red Bull, they did bring an upgrade here as well, which was just a slight tweak to the floor, but even if they didn't bring that, they would still be miles clear of the rest of the field. With Verstappen, by the way, how many cars, Nib, do you think he laps in this race? Do you think he can lap everyone today, or think he can only lap maybe everyone but, say, second and third?
Yeah, I was going to say he's going to lap 16 cars.
Yeah.
I reckon he's going to lap certainly up to maybe about 6th. I'd set that as the minimum.
Yeah, my prediction earlier, I think, was 6th is the highest placed car he would lap. But I think with my prediction earlier, I predicted Max to win by 45 seconds from Hamilton in second. That was being generous, though. That's only really the only reason I went for 45 seconds when I could have easily said it would be like a minute gap is because after the first stint, Red Bull are probably just going to tell Max to turn the engine down and run it in a very conservative mode until the end of the race just to make sure he finishes and, of course, wins the race. So I think if Red Bull wanted to, I think they could probably lap the entire field with Max today. But, yeah, there's no need to do that when it's all about, for Max, just, having a clean start, maintaining the lead, and then just, keeping the car running until the end because he will win by miles. But let's read out. Yeah, I just saw that a moment ago. Him talking to Carlos Sainz as Max Verstappen is just getting ready, I think, in a moment to get in his car. Let me just read out some final comments from you guys before we get into this race. Let's see what you guys are saying. Prank asks, so what was the most amount of poles Lewis got in a season? I can't remember. It must have been like 12 or 13 at least. Maybe even more, like 15 at most. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Prank pointing out that Max has... And it is so demoralizing to think, because he is still pretty young. He has 39 race wins in F1, does Max Verstappen, and he's 25. It's so, again, depressing to think about that, because so many of the great drivers, you know, statistically great, your Hamiltons, you know, Senna, Schumacher, Vettel, Alonso, Prost, when they were 25, they were nowhere near that number, and he's pretty easily in the last year and a half got up to 39, and he probably will end this season with maybe not 50 wins total, but he'll be very close to it. It'll be like 47 or 48 wins he'll be on at the end of this season at the very least. But 50 wins in his entire career is a stat that he absolutely could have by the end of this season. And if he continues in this form, with this team, you know, being so great, Max Verstappen will break all of the records because he is relentless. You know, last season he won, was it 16 races? I can't remember exactly how many races he won last year. It was so many. It was like 16 or 17 races. This year he's won, out of the 6 races so far, I think 4 of them has Verstappen. He's going to win today. So, yeah, Max could probably win another, like, 12 races this season. So, yeah. Truly dominant.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
39 race wins in 7 years.
Yeah.
Because, of course, it's 7 years on from this Grand Prix where he had his first win.
Yeah. 2016 Spanish Grand Prix. He will end up with at least 100 wins. There's no doubt about that. At worst, at least 100 wins for him. I think, honestly, though, as long as he's in a great enough car, I think he could easily get to 150.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, with the amount of races, I mean...
It's definitely possible.
I can see why you're saying that. But, yeah, I mean, you'd expect the Red Bull to be absolutely class until... Well, certainly until the regs change in 2026. I think that you can at least expect Verstappen and Red Bull dominance until then.
Well, if Red Bull dominate like they are now until the end of 2025, it'll probably get to about 50 wins total end of this season. By the end of next season, he'll be at about 65 wins. And then he'll be at about 80 at least wins, probably by the end of 2025. So then, 2026 and 2027, he'll be aiming to break or go past Michael Schumacher. It is amazing. And again, he's only 25. Scary to think. But we're just over 5 minutes away now until the start of this race. And before we get going, let me finish up this poll in the chat where I asked you guys quite a while ago. Who do you think has the best chance of finishing on the podium today? And I have ended the poll, but I can't see. There you go. It's now appeared in the chat, the results. So I asked you guys who is most likely to finish on the podium at the Spanish Grand Prix today. And you guys voted with 35% of the vote, 296 votes in total. Alonso to be the most likely on the podium, with Hamilton second, 33% of the vote. Sainz third, 24% of the vote. And Perez fourth, 6% of the vote. we must have quite a lot of Spaniards in the chat going with Alonso there. I mean, it is definitely possible. Even though he is 8th, we have seen Alonso at this track do some spectacular stuff. So it's definitely a possibility as the F1 intro now begins to play, and we are only a few moments away from getting this thing going.
Yep, and I will just be quickly back, Chaz.
Yeah, no probs. As Rook just posting in the chat, the air temperature 23 degrees Celsius, which is not roaring hot for really that country, but it is still pretty hot. Track temperature 35 degrees Celsius, which around this track, given how much load is put through the tyre, will be enough to really wear these tyres out quite a lot. But it will be a dry start to the race. Will it be a fully dry race? We are about to find out. And I think, given that we are not far away, I think we'll get rid of this timer and get straight into it. So before we get into the starting grid, a quick reminder of the championship standings coming into this race. Max Verstappen is 39 points clear of Sergio Perez in second, Alonso third, Lewis Hamilton in fourth, Russell in fifth, just ahead of the Spaniard on the front row today, Carlos Sainz, Charles Leclerc in seventh, Lance Stroll is eighth with Esteban Ocon ninth, and Pierre Gasly in P10. And on the constructor side, Red Bull 129 points clear of Aston Martin in second, who are only 1 point clear of Mercedes in third. That is a big fight to watch out for today, as those two contending quite hard for second in the championship, and that is the main fight really in the constructors' standings. Ferrari fourth, 30 points behind Aston Martin in second, Alpine in fifth, with McLaren sixth, Haas seventh, Alfa Romeo eighth, AlphaTauri ninth, and Williams in P10. And let's now get on to your starting grid for the 2023 Spanish Grand Prix. So on the front row, the ex-teammates at Toro Rosso, Max Verstappen, and the home driver, Carlos Sainz. It's an all-British second row, the McLaren driver of Lando Norris and the ex-McLaren driver of Lewis Hamilton. On the third row, good friends, Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin and Esteban Ocon in the Alpine. Nico Hülkenberg starts in his highest ever grid spot here in Spain of P7 with Fernando Alonso back in 8th. And then completing the top 10, it is Oscar Piastri in the McLaren and the Alpine of Pierre Gasly, who has a 6th place penalty, of course, for the 2 impeding incidents in qualifying. Just outside the top 10, Sergio Perez in the Red Bull and the Mercedes of George Russell. 13th and 14th, it is Zhou Guanyu and Nick De Vries. 15th and 16th, Yuki Tsunoda and Valtteri Bottas. And then a penultimate row, Kevin Magnussen and Alex Albon. And actually will not be Sargent ahead of Leclerc. It will be Leclerc ahead of Sargent on or in the order. But they will both be starting Leclerc and Sargent from the pit lane for today's race. As let's now... Oh God, that scared me.
Verstappen's the only one starting on mediums in the top 10. Everyone else on the soft.
Right. Not really surprised Red Bull are deciding to do that, because as long as they maintain the lead, then they should be able to pull away even on that tyre. So I'll wait until the start of the race before I get that up on screen. But
I'm sorry for scaring you.
Yeah, I think when you sat back down in your chair, it was like quite a loud noise for some reason.
Yeah, because I made some old man noises as I was sitting down.
Verstappen just seeing there the yellow stripe, so he's on the medium. And as Nib said, everybody else in the top 10 on the soft compound tyre. So Verstappen probably will be able to do a one-stop strategy. Perez also on the medium. Leclerc is on the hard tyre. That's going to be very cold at the start, but it could work well for him if those soft tyres go off very quickly. And then Logan Sargent is on the medium, but everybody else is on the soft compound tyre. As the formation lap begins right now. And Verstappen gets away. So I will just get the tyre data ready, mostly. And I will obviously get it displayed on screen, probably by lap 3, lap 4 into the race. As yet, still, the conditions look pretty good. Still some dark clouds about, but I think we are probably going to have a dry race. The FIA did say that the chance of rain does diminish as the race goes on. And yeah, all the forecasts that I've seen have said the same as well. So should be fine in terms of the weather, but should still make for an exciting race even in the dry. As the front of the field, Max Verstappen already going through turn 7 and 8. As we're currently looking at Esteban Ocon in the Alpine. Still a pretty good grid position for Ocon of 6th. And if Alpine have much better pace today than I'm expecting, you never know. Maybe a strong result on the cards for him. He definitely didn't have Ocon as good of a qualifying as he could have, with Gasly out qualifying him by a quarter of a second, even though Gasly starts behind him on the grid. That was a disappointing effort from Esteban, as Verstappen is now coming through turn, I think the third to last corner, and entering into the final 2 proper corners. As Leclerc just sat there in his garage, of course, he will be on the hard tyre. Him and Sargent starting from the pit lane. As Verstappen now cruising through the final corner. And surely nobody is stopping Verstappen today, who has won here twice before. Won here last year in what was a pretty chaotic race for him on I think a 3-stop strategy he did last year. And then, of course, his first win in Formula 1 was here 7 years ago. As the front of the field just doing some burnouts. And Max Verstappen now lined up on pole position. It's actually the first time Verstappen has ever had pole position at this track. And it is a long run down to turn 1, and definitely possible for other cars to make up, you know, not just a position, but even 2 or 3 positions, as we saw many years ago with Fernando Alonso. As most of the field has now lined up, there is Sargent and Leclerc lined up in the pit lane. And now all the cars are lined up, so nobody surely can stop Verstappen, but who will finish on the rest of the podium? Here we go, 5 lights! And it's go in Spain, and Max Verstappen has not had the greatest start and will have to defend hard down into turn 1 as Carlos Sainz gets a good run. He's going round the outside for now, and will he get the move done? No, Verstappen brakes very hard, forces his way up the inside, and gets it done as Hamilton is up to 3rd, but Norris did just make contact with Hamilton's rear tyre there, as an Aston Martin trying to go round the outside of, I think it has to be Lance Stroll, it is, and the Alpine there of Ocon ahead of Norris. So Lando Norris having a shocker of a start as Lance Stroll up the inside into turn 5. Norris says he has damage from touching Hamilton. So it is Stroll up to 3rd here in Spain.
Hamilton's Hamilton's things are completely on Lando's front wing, like on his front suspension.
Right, as Norris now under pressure from Alonso behind. George Russell's had a good start. He is up, I think, to 9th place. As Perez there trying to pass Piastri. Pierre Gasly looks like he's had a bad start as Lando is told to pit. He will fall to the very back of the field. What a bad start for Lando.
Could you see that, Chaz? I think the complete end fence is completely on the left suspension and completely blocking every part of the cooling. So they've got to pit him, otherwise he'd completely blow up his engine.
Yeah, I wasn't able to see it, but I did see the contact into turn 2, and I'm sure they'll show a replay as Sergio Perez is up to P10, just past Oscar Piastri into turn 1. Zhou Guanyu is up to 9th for Alfa Romeo. What a start from him. And yeah, just Norris here having a new front wing fitted and that debris removed. And he's now back underway. He can still get something from this race, but that is a massive blow. So it is Verstappen leading from Sainz in 2nd. Stroll 3rd. Hamilton 4th. Ocon 5th. And here is Alonso and Russell racing very hard over now 6th place in this race. Russell has had a brilliant start to this race. I think Russell, though, did go to the escape road at turn 1 on the first lap, so I think that might have helped him gain...
He did.
Yeah, some positions there. Maybe we'll hear something about that. So Hülkenberg is up to 8th with Zhou 9th. And Sergio Perez 10th with Piastri in 11th. As we are now on lap 3 out of 66. And Verstappen already fastest lap of 1:20.4. Pretty good pace immediately from Verstappen. And Zhou quite close to Hülkenberg just ahead of him. But yeah, it is Verstappen, Sainz, Stroll, Hamilton, Ocon, Alonso, Russell, Hülkenberg, Zhou, Perez, your top 10, and Tsunoda has now made his way up to 11th place. Great start for him as well. And here's a replay of the start. Nib, I'll let you take us through it once you get it played for you.
Yeah, as we get there, I must say the Australians would know that the KO Sports website is absolutely dog shit over the past couple of weeks. So sometimes I'm watching it on what is seemingly a potato, but the website is just woeful. As Hülkenberg had quite a poor start there, which allowed, which really got everyone really bunched up behind, as Verstappen was easily able to defend Sainz into turn 1, and Norris just trying to get on the outside of Hamilton to get the on the outside of turn 3, just made a little bit of contact as Hamilton was looking to do the same to Sainz. So just a little bit unlucky for Lando there, not putting his car in the right spot. And as you saw, Chaz, his complete end fence, his right end fence went on his left front suspension.
Yeah, it did. We're now seeing it on board. And yeah, with Lando there, again, if you're going to blame anyone with that incident, you'd have to blame Lando because he wasn't in a position to overtake there. And he just put his car in the exact wrong place and just hit Hamilton up the back, essentially. As Sainz had a great start, but Max, as he did in 2021, forced his way up the inside and said, basically, get out of the way or we're going to crash. As Stroll up the inside of Hamilton into turn 5, that's a replay of what happened on lap 1. Hamilton still, though, applying pressure to Stroll at the moment as we are on lap 4 out of 66. And the top 10 is still the same. Let me just quickly, though, do the rest of the order. So, yes, Tsunoda is 11th. Piastri is in P12. And then you've got Magnussen up to 13th with Gasly in 14th. De Vries is 15th. Albon 16th. And then Bottas 17th with Leclerc 18th. Sargent 19th and Lando Norris at the very back on now lap 5. And
I just want to say that was a great overtake by Lance Stroll and Hamilton. I mean, we've seen over the course of this season and this weekend that the Aston Martin has very good braking performance.
Yeah, we've seen it all through the season so far, and it was a great move, and he's now pulled Stroll over, clearly over a second ahead. He's now 1.5 seconds clear of Hamilton as Perez trying to pass Hülkenberg, who turn...
Yeah, and it was a good move by Zhou Guanyu as well on Hülkenberg down the main straight.
Yeah, as Zhou up to 8th place for Alfa Romeo. Impressive race from him so far. Let me just quickly, though, do now the tyres. And I'll just quickly try and get that done. As, yeah, everyone on the soft tyre except for Leclerc, Sargent, Norris, Perez, and Verstappen.
And Norris is cooking on that hard tyre, Chaz. 2 fastest laps in a row.
Yeah, and that hard tyre should be the best tyre, really, for the race today. As let me just get these tyres on screen in just a second. And I think I'll be able to get it on screen. Let me just tick over the lap, as we're now on lap 6 out of 66. As Alonso has got Russell and the Alfa Romeo of Zhou Guanyu right behind him. So Alonso is really not quick right now, which is quite surprising. But there you go.
So it was a good move by Perez up the inside of Hulkenberg, by the way, as you were typing away, I believe.
Right. Yeah, I can see now Perez just ahead of Hulkenberg. So, right, let me just quickly do that position and then correct that Perez is actually the one on the medium, not Yuki Tsunoda. So
certainly not the greatest start by Alonso here, but I think you'd have to wonder if Alonso's looking after his tyres at this stage, because I struggle to believe these 5 seconds off Lance Stroll after 6 laps on pure pace.
yeah, it is quite a surprise, I have to say. Yeah, those are all the tyres. I don't know why, for some reason, with the text, it's the M and the H is a lot bigger than the S, but there you go. But those tyres are all correct for who is on what compound, and the field order is well, not quite correct, because now Yuki Tsunoda has passed Nico Hulkenberg, and as expected, Hulkenberg struggling a lot with his tyres.
And also Russell getting past Alonso into turn 1.
Oh, right, I didn't quite see that, as I was just looking away, as now Hamilton right on the back of Stroll. So Aston Martin not really looking very quick at the minute, as Russell up to 6th. Brilliant start from him, and Mercedes now looking in a good position as Max Verstappen 3 seconds clear of Sainz, which is I think he's really just looking after his tyres. Is Max? He could definitely go quicker out front, as Leclerc, just a replay of him overtaking Alex Albon. Valtteri Bottas, by the way, has pitted, as Lewis Hamilton with a brilliant move round the outside of Stroll in turn 1. And here is Piastri now passing Hulkenberg into turn 1 and gets it done round the outside. So, yeah, Piastri and Hamilton making their way through. And I'll update Bottas and what's been going on with him in a moment. So, yeah, Piastri up to 11th. Hamilton up to 3rd. Let me just update that we are on now lap 8. And Leclerc is now 16th. Valtteri Bottas down to 19th. And Bottas now on the hard compound tyre, as Sergio Perez is closely following Zhou Guanyu. And, yeah, Leclerc on the hard. Well, with Aston Martin at the minute, Nib, is it bad pace, or like you said, it might just be they're looking after their tyres?
I think it is just bad pace, because, I mean, once Russell got past Alonso, he just walked away from him like it was nothing. So I think that they just generally might be slow today in the race, which would be very, very surprising.
Yeah, it would, as Sergio Perez now overtakes Zhou Guanyu round the outside into turn 1, and is up to 8th, and he should overtake Alonso pretty easily, as yeah, Perez, he's only a few tenths per second behind, as Ferrari saying we'll stick on plan A for now, and Sainz saying he has the pace in hand. So sounds like he feels comfortable there. as Nico Hulkenberg has pitted for a set of medium compound tyres. So very early pit stops here on now lap 9 out of 66.
I don't know if you saw as well, George is getting investigated for gaining an advantage by leaving the track on lap 1. So
yeah,
I'll have to keep an eye on that.
Definitely should be, because he gained probably 2 or 3 positions, I assume, from doing that, as we're now on lap 10. And Russell is now within a second of Esteban Ocon, who's running solidly in 5th place. Let me just update that now on lap 10. Yeah, we've got Perez up to 8th. I'll update his tyre compound in a moment. Now Zhou Guanyu is in the pit. So it's Tsunoda 9th, Piastri 10th, and then it'll be Magnussen in 11th. Oh no, Gasly up to 11th. I did see them close and racing quite hard on track, and Gasly has got that move done. Charles Leclerc is now up to 13th place on the hard tyre, working well for him with these cars pitting so early. Albon is 14th, and then you've got Logan Sargent in 15th, really working well for Sargent, who started on the medium, only a second and a half behind his teammate. And then it is Zhou in 16th, Hulkenberg 17th, Bottas 18th, De Vries 19th, and Norris in 20th. Let me just update that Perez is on the medium and Tsunoda is on the soft. Just a replay there of an overtake.
Just an overtake there of, is that Gasly?
On Magnussen.
On Magnussen, yeah, I was getting there eventually. As just a little update on potential rain, it is getting closer to the track and is expected to come from turn 3.
Right, as George Russell there overtaking Esteban Ocon into turn 1. Pretty easy move. Esteban didn't even try to defend it. Mercedes look very quick here, as Hamilton is pulled quite a head clear of Stroll, and is only 1.8 seconds behind Carlos Sainz, as Yuki Tsunoda is pitted and has come out pretty much side by side with Zhou Guanyu. We're not looking at it, but Zhou has now passed Tsunoda. So let me just update that. So Tsunoda is down all the way now to 16th place, and Hulkenberg is now up to 14th, actually, because Kevin Magnussen has pitted as well. And here is a replay of the Haas there, making a move on Tsunoda, round the outside. Obviously, Tsunoda had cold tyres, and Hulkenberg is on a softer compound, and getting that move done. And Zhou eventually would get the move done on Tsunoda as well. As we're now lap 12. And let me just see if there is any more position changes that I need to report. And no, I just need to make sure I get the tyres correct. As Nico Hulkenberg does the fastest lap of the race, just showing how quick a fresh set of tyres are around this track. The medium compound especially looks quite good. Or if you want to be very quick out of your pit stop. The hard tyre, though, still should be the better compound, as Perez has dropped over a second behind Alonso. So Alonso's pace is not as bad now as it was. But let me just update that you've got... Albon is on the soft, and then Leclerc on the hard, Sargent on the medium, Hulkenberg on the medium, Zhou on the hard, and then Tsunoda on the hard, Bottas on the hard as well. And then, yeah, the rest of the tyres are now correct as we're on lap 13 out of 66. A lot's happened so far. And we've not nowhere near midway through this race. We're still another 20 laps away from the midway point of the Spanish Grand Prix.
Also, I don't know if it's just me, but at times you are lagging a little bit. So if someone in the chat can just let me know that it's not just for me,
right,
that would be nice.
Yeah, it would be good to.
It's not too bad. There's just sometimes.
Yeah, it's probably just how with the OBS and the Discord running, it's just lagging at times. As we're now on lap 14. And Alonso has now closed the gap to Ocon a bit. He's not within a second of Ocon. But he is getting closer and looking better now, Fernando, than he was before. As Esteban Ocon now pits for Alpine. He's the first of the front runners pretty much to trigger the pit stop phase. And what tyre does he go on to? It's a set of mediums by the look of it. And Ocon really needs to come out in clean air. And he will come out just ahead of Hulkenberg with some clean air. Needs to have a good rejoin onto the track. And Hulkenberg going to try around the outside, but thankfully does not go for the move. As Zhou there trying to pass Hulkenberg. And Tsunoda round the outside of Zhou at turn 3, but gets blocked a bit by Hulkenberg, and Zhou takes it back. Brilliant racing, and Tsunoda goes round the outside again through turn 4. What an overtake by Tsunoda. Can he maybe go for a move on Hulkenberg? No, not into turn 5, but brilliant racing between those three, who are really top 10 runners with the way the field is at the minute, because they have already pitted. As we're on lap 15 now. So, yeah, let me just update that Ocon is now down to 13th in the Alpine. And is on, I'm pretty sure, as Lance Stroll pits now. He's on the medium compound tyre as Ocon. And let's see. Brilliant pit stop by Aston Martin, and he goes on to another set of soft tyres, so they're going aggressive at Aston Martin, and he should...
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, as he comes out, Stroll, just behind Logan Sargent, as Tsunoda overtakes Nico Hulkenberg, so Tsunoda now up to 14th position.
Hamilton close to Sainz, by the way, Chaz.
Yeah, 0.6 of a second behind. So Mercedes looking good with their pace now. As Russell now up to 4th. So yes, Stroll came out in 12th place. And yeah, is...
Also...
Go on.
Piastri's pace is looking pretty strong at the moment. He's just gained a couple of tenths on Perez over the last lap or so. So let McLaren cook.
Yeah. As Stroll just overtaking Sargent there as Carlos Sainz pits for a set of medium compound tyres. Let's see if he comes out in bad traffic or not, because that might cause Mercedes to come into the pits, and he will come out just behind his teammate, I think. Yes, he will. Surely Ferrari have got to get Leclerc out of the way now of Carlos, because he needs to have Carlos a really good outlap to protect himself against Lewis Hamilton. As here comes Zhou Guan Yu down the inside of Hulkenberg into turn 1, and he's up to, for now, 15th place, but it'll be a bit higher of a position soon. Yes, Sainz is now in 9th place. Let me just update the tyres. So, Perez is now in 5th place on the medium. And then you've got Leclerc on the hard. Carlos Sainz is on the medium with Sargent on the medium, Stroll on the soft, Ocon on the medium, Tsunoda on the hard, and then it'll be Hülkenberg on the medium. I just need to update that Hülkenberg is now down to 16th as Ferrari telling Leclerc to box, as we just saw a replay there, I think, of, yes, Sainz possibly overtaking Charles Leclerc as he pits now for a set of soft tyres. So he's got the hards out of the way, and now he's going to go super quick on those soft tyres. And Carlos now has some clear air to try and gain some time on the cars ahead. And on lap 17, Charles Leclerc comes out as Albon pits as well. Charles Leclerc comes out in 18th position. So let me just update that. Leclerc down to
Hamilton.
Go on.
Sorry, Chaz. Hamilton is reporting that his tyres are still really good, so it looks like Mercedes will be able to extend this stint and gain a pretty big advantage over Ferrari.
Right, good to hear from the Mercedes side, as both Mercedes have had a good race so far. They're now up to second and third, as we're now on lap 18. And, right, let me just get the tyres all, actually positions all correct, because Alex Albon is not in 9th place. He is now down to last, because he has now finally pitted. But has gone longer, Albon, on that first stint. So we'll pay him back later on in the race, that strategy. As Piastri has pitted and comes out right behind that fight between Magnussen and De Vries. So he's lost position, but he's on much fresher tyres now. On the hard compound tyre now, as Logan Sargent has pitted as well. So Piastri is now all the way down behind Magnussen and De Vries. I just need to get the positions correct because it's all over the place at the minute. So the on lap 19 now, let me firstly get it on the right lap. It's Max Verstappen in the lead comfortably on lap 19. Hamilton is second, Russell third, Alonso fourth, Perez fifth, as here comes Charles Leclerc. Is it Charles Leclerc? No, it says to Carlos Sainz, sorry, passing Pierre Gasly, 6th place. So it's Verstappen leading from Hamilton, Russell, Alonso, Perez, Sainz, and then Gasly, Stroll, and Ocon in 9th, Tsunoda 10th, as down the inside Piastri goes on De Vries, and then it's Zhou in 11th, Hülkenberg 12th, Magnussen is 13th with Piastri in 14th, De Vries is 15th with Bottas 16th, Charles Leclerc 17th, 18th is Lando Norris, and then the two Williamses are at the back on lap 19. So let me just update the tyres now. So Sainz is on the medium, Stroll is on the hard, so well, not Ocon. Tsunoda is also on the hard. Zhou is on the hard. It's just a replay there. Piastri making the move. Hülkenberg on the medium. Magnussen on the medium. And then Piastri on the hard. De Vries on the hard. Bottas on medium. And then Leclerc on the soft. And the final three cars on the hard. Multiple different tyres through the field. As Fernando Alonso now pits and comes out. Is that Alonso? Yeah, he has pitted and comes out in 10th place, right behind Zhou Guanyu. as Charles Leclerc, after Pierre Gasly has just pitted, goes round the outside of him into turn 1. So Leclerc up a position there, but Gasly should come back at him in a second. But Alonso now is down to 10th, and Gasly...
Oscar got past Magnussen as well. Come on.
Good to see, as he's up to, I think, 12th place now. Gasly, I think now, is in 16th place. So it's now Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, Perez, Sainz, Stroll, Ocon, Tsunoda, Zhou, and then Alonso on lap 21. And then it is Hulkenberg, and then Piastri in 12th, Magnussen 13th, De Vries 14th, Leclerc 15th, as Piastri actually now overtaking Hulkenberg very easily down the pit straight and up to 11th as the piece straight. Must be a French way of saying pit straight. As Gasly gets back ahead of Leclerc now, up to 15th. Leclerc 16th, and then Bottas, Norris, Albon, and Sargent. Perez, let me just update, he's on the medium. We saw Stroll go onto the soft tyres, so I'm going to put him on the soft, because I'm pretty sure he is on that tyre. Because on the broadcast, they're showing him as being on the hard tyre, but he's not. He's actually on the soft. Unless I was seeing things. As we're now on lap 22. As so Ocon is on medium, Tsunoda on hard, Zhou on the hard, Alonso I think on the hard, Piastri on the hard, Hulkenberg, Magnussen medium, and then De Vries on the hard. Gasly I think is on the medium, then Leclerc on the soft, and the rest on the hard compound tyre. That's what it should be at the moment, as we're on lap 22 out of 66 here in Spain. And we're currently looking at Nick De Vries about to overtake Kevin Magnussen for 13th place. De Vries having a decent weekend. Looks a lot more competitive this weekend than what we've seen so far. And yeah, trying to overtake Magnussen. Of course, the Haas is pitted a bit earlier than others. That's why they're now starting the struggle. As we're now on already lap 23. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a very good race so far, hasn't it, Chaz? It's amazing what getting rid of the abomination of that final sector chicane has done to this racetrack.
Yeah.
It's brought some more actual. Okay, well, you needed skill to get through the final chicane, but in these cars, it's just so clumsy and terrible through that last chicane.
One thing it has done as well is you can see the tyre wear is quite bad through those because of those final two corners, increasing the load a lot more. So at the minute, with the way it's looking, there are certain teams that are maybe going to have to do 3 pit stops, as De Vries trying to pass Magnussen there and gets passed instead with a brilliant move round the outside by Pierre Gasly. That was very close. And he's up to 14th. That looked like it was maybe going to be contact, but thankfully got away with it, as Lando Norris has pitted and is now back down to last position. And Gasly now up to 14th and should be quickly getting past Kevin Magnussen. Remember, Gasly pitted a lot later than others, so he will have quite fresh tyres now compared to the others.
It's funny, I was about to compliment the mid, how he's been pretty decent over the past 2 laps, and then he gets his pants pulled down like that by Pierre Gasly.
Yeah, he tried the move on Magnussen, then just slowed his momentum in the middle, and Gasly, like you said, mugged him off around the outside, as Alonso is now past Zhou for 9th, and Alonso is actually on the soft as well. Of course, he pitted a lot later than others. So, yeah, Alonso
I don't
on
think
the
that
soft.
strategy's looking too flash for the Astons, is it, Chaz? They're not really got a pace advantage at all.
No, Stroll's 9 seconds behind Sainz, and Alonso's about 4 seconds behind Tsunoda. I think it's not just that. They are legitimately just not quick for whatever reason. This is the first race I've seen where they've just not really had any real race pace. They're nowhere near Mercedes and not even really on the same level as Ferrari, and Alpine are pretty much racing them here at the minute as we're on lap 25. And Lewis Hamilton pits for a set of mediums. Not the best pit stop, but only cost himself a few tenths. And now, where will he come out? He'll come out behind Sainz. There you go. But he has now much fresher tyres and should be able immediately to attack the Spaniard. So he's down to 5th. But he will make progress.
That's the most promising stint of Mercedes' season so far. They showed great tyre wear throughout that first stint. I mean, they're always going to have better tyre wear than Ferrari because Ferrari's tyre wear is woeful. But, I mean, he only was 10 seconds off Verstappen for the majority of that stint. So I think that's certainly some promising signs for Mercedes so far this weekend with that stint.
Yeah, definitely. And I will say now, without doubt, with their new upgrade, they look significantly quicker than before, as Verstappen now begins lap 26. If you're wondering what is happening with Verstappen, he is out on his own, 21.5 seconds clear of George Russell in second, and obviously is dominating this race. But Perez, his teammate, is now up to 3rd and is on the medium as well. They both haven't pitted. Perez looking good here. Very good. Right, so let me get all the other tyre data correct. As just a replay there of De Vries and Gasly. Didn't quite see what they were showing.
They were just showing the replay of the overtake into turn 1. From both onboard perspectives, and I think De Vries got very close to clipping. There was contact on the left rear of Gasly. De Vries lost some of his front wing as Russell has also now pit and gone onto the medium tyre, and he will come out behind Lewis Hamilton and very close. He'll come out behind Lance Stroll. Sorry, I've done a crofty there, but very, very close with Esteban Ocon. And will he stay ahead into turn 1? Yes, he will.
Yep, and he just came out ahead about half a second or even less than that as Leclerc just seen passing De Vries as Max Verstappen now on lap 27 comes into the pits for another set of mediums? No, it is a set of hard tyres. Perfect pit stop. And Verstappen will rejoin in the lead.
Some teams are doing 3 stops, and Verstappen's on a 1 stop.
Yeah, he's gonna lap a lot of people. That is for sure. He's not that far behind Lando Norris already, who I know has already pitted twice. Magnussen now down to 19th. I'll update that in a moment. He has now pitted twice. And Red Bull looking very good with Verstappen. And go on.
Piastri closing up to the back of Zhou Guanyu. And I struggle to see how Alonso is going to finish in the points today, Chaz.
Yeah, I think you could be right with that because, you got Piastri pretty quick and Gasly is not that far back either. And obviously Leclerc's still going out there and looking okay on his softs. I mean, he's quite far behind Gasly. But yeah, Alonso, he's closed in on Tsunoda, but not that much. And can we please shout out again Yuki Tsunoda, who is currently within a second of Esteban Ocon, and they are racing for position, the 7th currently. What a drive from Tsunoda, one of the best drivers this season, without a doubt, and he is putting in another top performance in Spain. As Russell says, rain at turn 5 as he's all over the back of Stroll on much fresher tyres. As, let me just update that Russell has actually gone down the field now, because I've left it a bit too stagnant, as he's now down to 6th. Sergio Perez now pits as Russell does the fastest lap of the race, a 1:18.8, and Russell has now passed Stroll. Perez will come out in 9th place and only about 3 seconds or so behind Alonso. So Perez, not sure if he's looking great for a podium necessarily at the minute, but he's definitely still in contention for a podium. There is no doubt about that as we're on lap 28. And let me just do the tyres and get them all correct. So it's Verstappen on the hards, mediums for Sainz. Russell is now ahead of Stroll in 4th place. And Russell, of course, is on the medium. And then you've got Stroll on the soft. Ocon on mediums. Tsunoda on the hard. The hard tyre is working very well. Mediums to a degree as well, but the hard tyre still looks to me to be the best tyre out there. As soft tyre for Alonso as Russell does another fastest lap. Looking very quick, a 1:18.2. That is seriously quick from George Russell. As Perez is on the hard tyre now.
And, yeah, very easy for Hamilton.
Yeah. Did we actually see it, or was I looking away? Because I've just...
No, we didn't see it. We didn't see it. I've only noticed because Medlin tweeted about it.
Right, well, yeah. Lewis Hamilton, unseen, is up to 2nd place and is already 2 seconds clear of Carlos Sainz. So that Mercedes, again, is much quicker than we have seen previously this season, as Max Verstappen is about to begin lap 30. Max is 12.5 clear of Lewis Hamilton. Obviously, Lewis pitted a lot earlier. That's why the gap is a lot shorter than you would have thought it would be at this point of the race. Almost half distance.
You know what they were showing instead, Chaz? They were showing Sergio Perez in the pit lane.
Yeah, that is absolutely shocking. TV direction.
That's terrible. Now, that's something to complain about.
Yeah. As Hamilton now over 2.5 seconds clear now of Sainz. Russell is now 4th with Stroll 5th, Ocon 6th, Tsunoda 7th, Alonso 8th, Perez 9th, Zhou 10th, and then it's Piastri in 11th. Both Haas's have pitted now, I think. Have both Haas's pitted? Yes, they have. For a new set of hard tyres for both. So it's now Gasly 12th. Charles Leclerc is 13th. Nick De Vries is 14th, as Perez is now right on Alonso's gearbox for 8th. Yes, Bottas 15th. Then Albon 16th. Sargent 17th. Hulkenberg 18th. Magnussen 19th. And Lando Norris is last at the moment. But let me just update the tyres for the bottom half of the order. So Leclerc is on the soft, De Vries on the hard, Bottas on the hard, and then the 2 Williamses on the hard as well. And I think the only other one to correct is that Lando Norris is actually now on the medium. As on lap 31, Sergio Perez is about to easily overtake Fernando Alonso into turn 1. Alonso not even going to defend. There's nothing to defend. Perez comfortably up to 8th as Alonso continues to struggle for Aston Martin. On now lap 31 out of 66. Soon to be lap 32. And let me just update that Perez is on the hard. and Alonso on the soft. And as Nib and I were saying earlier, that strategy of going onto the soft tyre for the second stint, not good for Aston Martin, because at the minute they have no pace. And Lance Stroll in 5th is now being caught by Esteban Ocon and Yuki Tsunoda. So a good battle going on there for 5th, 6th and 7th, as we're now on lap 32 out of 66. And what a competitive race so far. Everyone, of course, below Max Verstappen out front. As Russell asking, is anyone else reporting rain? And they say, sounds like it's just you that's reporting rain. I suspect it might be the sweat.
And it's, Medlin tweeted saying it's funny to notice that, he was reporting rain at turn 5, which is on the inside of turn 3 and turn 2. Like, it's not really possible for it to be raining there, but not for it to be raining at turn 3.
There's literally a bridge that you can walk across for the spectator area that goes straight to turn 1. So if it's raining at turn 5, it has to be raining for all of the first sector. That definitely, is funny. As who just moved to position? Hulkenberg. Yeah, Hulkenberg's actually just overtaken 2 cars instantly of Sargent and Albon, as we are now on to lap 33, halfway through this Spanish Grand Prix, which has been pretty wild so far, as George Russell now just 2 seconds behind Carlos Sainz. And here's a replay of Hulkenberg passing Albon into turn 1 and just going up the inside. Just want to say, as we're halfway through, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do, of course, watch-alongs for qualifying and the race for every F1 race. And don't forget to smash the like button as Sergio Perez passes Yuki Tsunoda for 7th. Let's try and get the likes up as much as we can. We're currently on 114 likes. Let's try and get up to like 130 or so by the end of the race if we can. As, Perez is up to 7th and looking like an outside contender for a podium. As the field now starting to settle down for a bit, as nobody at the minute within a second of another car except for Gasly, who is within a second, or Piastri for 11th.
Oh, I still can't believe Russell has mistaken rain for sweat in his own helmet.
That's a true bozo moment from Russell.
Oh.
As he's just over a second now behind Sainz. It's inevitable. Russell is going to pass and overtake him. So Ferrari need to figure out now, what do they do to keep Sainz on the podium? Because at the minute, it's going to be a double Mercedes podium. What a drive from Russell, by the way. I know he gained probably positions at the start with that, going across the runoff, but still, he's about to get up to 3rd place, and he did start in 12th. As Sergio Perez overtakes Esteban Ocon for 6th and is only 2 seconds now behind Lance Stroll, his ex-teammate. Passes one ex-teammate, and now he has to focus on passing the next one. As Perez on the hard, Ocon, of course, on the medium. But yeah, field still settling down. Now lap 35 out of 66. And it is true to say, Nib, that, again, below, and really except for Red Bull, because Perez is showing some really great pace at the minute, except for them, really competitive, isn't it, throughout the entire field? Because you've got AlphaTauri in there with Alpine and Aston Martin, Alfa Romeo as well. They're looking all really competitive. As Russell here, hold on, just passing Carlos Sainz, and he is up to 3rd. But yeah, really competitive field, isn't it, today?
Oh, it's fantastic, Chaz. This has been a really, really good race, and it's going so quickly as well. like we're only about 46 minutes into this race, and it's just gone so fast.
Yeah, there's been action pretty much every lap as Lance Stroll has now pitted for a set of hard tyres, and Tsunoda has pitted as well. I think maybe for another set of hard tyres. No, for a set of mediums. So Tsunoda is probably going to pit again. I don't think those mediums are going to do 31 laps. I'd be surprised if he could do that.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of that chicane has changed everything. The track is so much better, and there's actually skill involved in taking the last corner, so it actually makes overtaking a lot more viable into turn one.
Yeah, they should have never did what they did. It was a horrific mistake and thankfully corrected. As well, it just looks, when watching through practice and all, it just looks a lot better to just drive and a lot more fun rather than, like you said, a really clumsy, awful chicane.
I think Hamilton said it on Thursday or Friday, didn't he? I can't remember his exact quotes, but he said that he just absolutely hated it.
Yeah, it was so, such a shit chicane. Probably one of the worst chicanes, if not the worst, on the calendar for a long, long time. As Esteban Ocon now pits and comes out just behind Yuki Tsunoda. So Tsunoda gets the move done and is up to a net 7th place. What a drive from Tsunoda as Verstappen begins lap 37. Verstappen's going to lap this lot in a few laps' time, as we're on lap 37. So let me just update the order a bit. Go on, quick.
Yeah, and also just another thing as well, them changing turn 10 has also had a flow-on effect to making the final corner much, much better as well now once they've got rid of the chicane, because it's just a hard sector on the tyres, and it's just a lot more fast and flowing, where you couldn't really get a chance to overtake into turn 10, really since the car's become a lot bigger since the end of 2016.
Yeah, normally, if you look at the tracks that normally produce the best races, as Zhou Guan Yu now pits, normally the ones that flow really well, tracks like Silverstone obviously is a great example of that, normally do produce really good races. Yeah, that one as well. Zhou has pitted, and he will come out in, I think, just ahead of his teammate, will he? In 15th place? Yes, he will, on lap 37. So, let me just update the order, because obviously it's changed around quite a bit. So, Lance Stroll is now in 11th place. Tsunoda is in 12th. I'll just put Stroll down. Zhou is down to 15th. And then, hold on, let me get Tsunoda and Stroll back down. As we're on now lap 38, and Nick De Vries now up into the top 10 on lap 38. De Vries has only pitted a single time. And so your top 10 is Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, Sainz, Perez, Alonso, and then Piastri. It's not Ocon. Let me just update that. So Esteban Ocon is now, I think, in 13th, is it? Place? Yes, he is. And then it is, yes. Tsunoda 12th, Stroll 11th, De Vries 10th, Leclerc is 9th, with Gasly 8th, Piastri 7th, Alonso 6th. And then after Ocon, it is Hülkenberg in 14th. As Hülkenberg here, I think. Oh, no, it's Magnussen actually trying to pass Bottas at turn 1. It's then Hülkenberg 14th, Zhou 15th, Bottas 16th, Magnussen 17th, 18th is Lando Norris, and the two Williamses are now at the back, I think, because they pitted again, as we're now on lap 39 out of 66. And whilst we cool down, let me get the tyre data correct. So, yeah, Perez on the hard, Alonso on the soft, Piastri on the hard. Piastri is only 7 seconds behind Alonso. Great performance by Oscar. He is still maybe on for a point. It does depend, though, on how his laps really right now are, as Nick De Vries now pits for AlphaTauri. On the medium, as Esteban Ocon there, overtaking Yuki Tsunoda, so he gets it back on those hard tyres, working a lot better for Ocon than the mediums worked before, as Magnussen now passing Valtteri Bottas. And yeah, let me just do the couple position changes. So Ocon ahead of Tsunoda, and De Vries is all the way down in 18th place now, but he did quite a long middle stint there, so again, he'll get payback for that in the second half of this race. As here's a replay of Ocon getting a good run on Tsunoda and then getting the move done. So Ocon in the hard, Tsunoda on the medium, Hulkenberg is on the hard. Let me just update that, and then I think everybody else is on the hard tyre except for Lando Norris, who I think is on the medium. So there you go, as we're now on lap 40, as Pierre Gasly and Oscar Piastri make what should be their final pit stops of the race. And Piastri will come out in 13th place, but he'll have a bit fresher tyres, and he's on the medium as well, with Gasly now on the hard. So, yeah, Piastri not looking too bad for a decent result, maybe by the end, as we're on lap.
Just thinking pit stops by both of them as well.
Yeah, I didn't quite see what the time was. What was it, like 4 or 5 seconds?
Gasly was 5 seconds and Piastri was 3.
Oh, right. Bottas has a bad one as well. 4 second stop for him, as he now falls to the back of the field. 20th position for him. So, right, let me now update the positions now that Gasly and Piastri have pitted. So Gasly is in 14th. And Piastri is in 13th. And Bottas now all the way down to the very back of the field.
Just quietly, Chaz. It's time to start a conversation on Valtteri Bottas.
Quite possibly, yeah.
I think he should be doing some gravel cycling instead. Like he does on his weekends off, actually.
As here is De Vries passing Norris easily. Norris obviously has much older tyres. Yeah, he's had a couple decent races so far this season, but nowhere near as good of a start to the season as what he had last year, where he looked very good. But yeah, poor start for Bottas.
I didn't watch F2. How did poor Chair go in F2? What was F2 like earlier?
The sprint race yesterday, he finished second to Vesti, and then in the feature race, because of a good strategy and Teo had pretty bad pace on the hard, Vesti, I think, finished 5th, and Teo finished, I think, Vesti, I think, finished in 4th, and Teo finished in 7th, so not the worst weekend, as Carlos Sainz and now Charles Leclerc, by the way, have pitted. Or Ferrari. Yeah, not the worst weekend, but he needs to be doing more, Teo, to firstly win the F2 championship. As
it's a shame, because he's shown some good pace over the past few seasons, but just hasn't put it together, hasn't kept his nose clean, hasn't kept himself out of enough incidences, and I think it might just cost him a spot in F1, unfortunately.
Yeah, if he doesn't win the F2 championship, I don't think he should make it onto the grid, because he's definitely talented enough, but he needs to be delivering the results now, because he's always looked really good, but he hasn't delivered what is truly there. So Sainz has dropped back into 6th. Leclerc has come out in 14th position on the hard tyres, but a bit fresher tyres than Piastri and Gasly ahead. So let me just do the tyres quickly. So Verstappen on the hard, Hamilton and Russell on the medium, Perez hard, Alonso still out there on the soft. I mean, doing well to keep those tyres going, I guess, but he has no real pace. Sainz on the hard, Stroll on the hard, Ocon on the hard, Tsunoda on the medium, Hülkenberg into the top 10 on the hard. Not for long, as Zhou Guanyu passes in for P10. So Zhou up to 10th. Let me just update that. And what a race by Zhou. This has come out of nowhere, this race by him. What a start. He did get up to 8th place at one point, and he's now running in P10. Might not keep that position, though. We've still got 22 laps to go, and there are faster cars probably behind him, so going to be close. And of course...
Yeah, I mean, despite... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say as well, Alonso hasn't pitted yet, so he might gain another position.
Yeah, I mean, Alonso's done a very good job in this stint to extend the stint and not to lose too much time. I mean, Piastri and Gasly are fast, but I think Oscar's struggled a little bit to take full advantage of the tyre advantage so far today, unfortunately. Just hasn't done enough in that area, which is why he's still currently sitting up in 12th and not as close to the back of Hülkenberg and Zhou currently.
Yeah, and he is, as Nib says, he's not that... I mean, he's not a million miles away from Hülkenberg, but needs to really be getting on with it, as Hülkenberg, thankfully for him, does pit for the final time. Just wanted to update that Kevin Magnussen is now down to 19th. So let me just update that. Magnussen in 19th. And let's just see where Hülkenberg comes out. Should come out probably in 16th, 17th, something like that. So we're on lap 45 now. And we're just seeing there Max Verstappen, who I think is about to lap. He just lapped Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari, and he's about to lap Pierre Gasly in the next, say, 2 or 3 laps. So not lapping as many people at this point of the race, but yeah, he's not having to go quickly, Verstappen. So yeah, Hülkenberg has come out in 16th place. And I'll update his tyre compound now. So Piastri, firstly, is on the medium, Gasly on the hard, Leclerc on the hard, De Vries on the hard, Lando Norris in 15th, as Fernando Alonso pits and comes out behind Sainz, Stroll, Ocon, Tsunoda, and Zhou as well, but has come out vitally ahead of Piastri and Gasly. So fresher tyres now. Let's see what Fernando can do. De Vries and Norris are now on the medium, and then you've got Hülkenberg, I think, probably on the hard, as Mercedes got a set of soft compound tyres ready for George Russell, as Albon is on the medium, with Sargent on the hard, and Magnussen on the medium, as well. As we're on lap 46. Russell's pit stop went absolutely fine, and he will come out ahead of Carlos Sainz. Not just ahead, but ahead by a million miles. Sainz is nowhere near him, despite having much fresher tyres for the last few laps. Mercedes clearly...
Interesting decision, man.
Yeah, 20 laps on soft tyres. Definitely not going to be great pace towards the end of this race as Kevin Magnussen does the fastest lap of the race of 1:18.0.
A Mercedes 20 laps on softs at the Spanish Grand Prix. A little bit of a throwback.
True. But I was going to say, Mercedes quite clearly here in Spain, second best team, no doubt about it. They've been in the race quite clearly superior to the other teams.
Yeah, I think Red Bull aren't having the greatest time on the hard compound tyre at the moment. Verstappen was complaining on team radio before, so perhaps they're looking to do something there.
As Lewis Hamilton, we're looking at, I think, just ahead of a Haas car. We're now on lap 47. I will just quickly update that Alonso has dropped down to 10th place. Aston Martin having a pretty bad day. As we're now on lap 47. And Russell is on the soft compound tyre. Of course, Russell still has to push because Sergio Perez is third and doesn't have to pit again. So, and as well, Perez 13.5 seconds clear of Russell. So Red Bull might just try a one-stopper, unless obviously Russell has much better pace. We'll see. But if Russell's tyres do start to go off soon, then might be worth keeping Perez on a one-stopper to try and secure third place.
Sorry, I was laughing there. I don't know if you heard, because they were trying to show Neymar on the broadcast, and then one of the Mercedes engineers just stood directly in front of Neymar, so it ended up being completely pointless.
As Fernando Alonso, we're looking at now right behind Zhou as Russell does a fastest lap of a 1:18.0 and gains quite a bit of time on Perez as Alonso, quite a bit quicker than Zhou clearly at the minute. Zhou, though, I think, given the current pace, probably is going to head for a point. Because Piastri, Gasly, Leclerc behind don't look super quick, and there's not that long to go. As Alonso now overtakes Zhou and goes up to 9th position. The next man for him to overtake is, of course, Tsunoda. But let me just update that Alonso is actually on the hard compound. And also, Nico Hülkenberg is on the medium compound. Let me just update that. So, oh no, wrong one. We'll just go down a bit. No, still wrong one. There you go. Hülkenberg on the medium, and Haas looking to end this race with much fresher tyres. On lap 49, as George Russell does another fastest lap of 1:17.8. And he's catching Perez by over a second a lap. So if he keeps that up, then he will be able to secure third, no matter what Perez does with his strategies. Alonso, brilliant exit from the final corner. And surely passes Tsunoda, and he does. Alonso up to 8th, and given that he did that good tyre stint on the soft in terms of extending the tyre life and not losing that much lap time compared to these cars, Alonso, given that Lance Stroll is not too far ahead, Alonso is probably now on for 6th place. So, yeah, Alonso up to 8th on now lap 50.
Did Piastri make a mistake, Chaz? Because Gasly is now 3 seconds ahead of him.
Yeah, he must have. Because, Gasly was right behind him and Leclerc was quite far back. So, yeah, he must have made a mistake there, unfortunately. As Gasly is up to 11th. With, Piastri under pressure now. So, let me just update that the Noda back down the order is on the medium, and Piastri is on the medium, not Gasly. So there you go. And now we look at Alonso putting Esteban Ocon under serious pressure in the Alpine. Alpine today also have not been super quick. They've been about as quick, to be honest, as I expected. I showed before the race their long run pace on Friday wasn't that good. It was pretty clearly slower than Alfa Romeo even. Not just Aston Martin, Mercedes, Ferrari, even McLaren. So, yeah.
Ooh. Mercedes is going for it. They're going to pit Hamilton onto the soft. And as you can see, Russell has gained quite a lot on Perez here, Chaz.
He has. And Perez, because of that, has decided to pit as well. What tyre does he go on to?
I think they're going to need to pit Verstappen as well to cover it off.
Well, Hamilton is now 39 seconds behind.
True. Sorry, what was I thinking?
As soon as we say that, Max saying these hard tyres have no grip. As Alonso moves out late behind the back of Esteban Ocon and gets the move done and is up to 7th place.
I mean, not my finest moment there, but I think that they will pit Verstappen because he was complaining about them even about 10 laps ago. And yeah, that was a mega move by Alonso as Ocon nearly did do some major terrorism there.
Yeah.
Good hard racing in the end.
Between two teammates from last year and the year before that weren't the best of friends, as Lando Norris has pitted as well for a fresh set of tyres at the end. And here's a replay. And Ocon, he moved to the middle quite late, but it wasn't dangerously late. He moved to the middle just at the last point where it would still be safe enough. So that's just about okay. But cutting it fine was Esteban, as Alonso now up to 7th place and should pass Stroll for 6th. There's let me just update that Lando Norris is now down to 20th. He's on the soft tyre now. He's only like a second behind Bottas. As let me also update that Sergio Perez is now down to 5th after that pit stop. As Max Verstappen does pit on now lap 53 for a set of soft compound tyres.
Yeah, they need to cover that off, man.
Yeah, they well, if you actually look at that, that outlap Hamilton had, he didn't even gain that much time on Max by the looks of it, because it still looked.
Yeah, but Russell is cooking at the moment.
Yeah, Russell is only 5 seconds behind Hamilton and continues to gain. And Max, comes out about 17 seconds ahead of Hamilton, as we're now looking at Tsunoda. Right on the tail of Ocon as Sergio Perez now does the fastest lap of 16.666. As the little devil himself passes Carlos Sainz into turn 1. I had to do that pun. As Perez pulling ahead now through turn 3. So all of the top 4 now on the soft tyre. So let me just update those tyres for those drivers. So soft for the top 4. And then you've got Sainz, Stroll, Alonso, Ocon on the hard, Tsunoda on the medium, Zhou on the hard, Gasly on the hard, Piastri on the medium. And we now cut back from that replay on lap 54. Only 12 laps to go, and this race has only been going just over an hour, and we're almost at the end. It's made it now a really quick race, this Grand Prix, getting rid of that final chicane. And I'm sure probably next year or the year after, we'll probably be getting pretty close to the lap times you get at Monaco around this track. As Piastri is now behind Leclerc, so Piastri now, unfortunately, down to 12th.
They did show that, but I think you were looking away.
Yeah, probably was. De Vries is 14th, and then it's Hülkenberg, Albon, Magnussen, 17th, and then Sargent, Norris now up to 19th, and Bottas in 20th. Let me just update some of the tyres. Bottas at the back, having an awful race, is on the hard. Norris on the soft. Sargent on the hard. And then Hülkenberg, Albon, Magnussen, De Vries, and now Piastri all in a row on those medium tyres. And then Charles Leclerc is on the hards. So there you go. That is all of the tyres and positions correct on now lap 55 out of 66. As Tsunoda continues to follow closely the Alpine Verstappen Ocon in the fight for 8th place. And Alonso not able to catch Stroll just yet. And yeah, as I did earlier, Nib, just a word on Tsunoda. What a performance this is. Running in 9th place, and he's not even that far behind the Aston Martins.
I mean, we've spoken about him so many times already this season, Chaz. He's seriously becoming a top driver in Formula One. We saw the talent there in F2 in his first season in F2, which is why he was put in this car. He just didn't quite form at the level that we perhaps expected, and yeah, he's becoming a seriously top-level midfield driver.
And surely has to be a contender for a seat at Red Bull in this form, given that Sergio Perez in the last couple of races has really had two stinkers. As just behind Zhou is, or just behind Tsunoda is Zhou in the Alfa Romeo. So going to be a very close fight there for those final couple points positions, and Gasly closing as well. So going to get very tasty in those final few positions on now lap 56. Lando Norris just overtaken Logan Sargent for 18th. Let me just update that. So Norris obviously on the soft and Sargent on the hard.
Nice to see Peter Sauber at the race, by the way.
Yeah,
I just showed him in the Alfa Romeo garage.
As Zhou, trying to get up to 9th, goes round the outside and thinks better of it and goes to the escape road. Not sure if Tsunoda pushed him off or not. Don't think he did. I just don't think the room was there to actually overtake. Good, hard racing there for 9th. So we're now on lap 57. Yeah, I've not seen him for a while. It's been a few years, definitely. Of course, though, remember, next year, they will officially, by name, become Sauber. As Alfa Romeo are going to be the title sponsor of Haas next year. And of course, eventually Sauber will become Audi in 2026. And yeah, I think Zhou just thought better of it and went to the escape road. I don't actually think Tsunoda pushed him off or anything. As Zhou fallen back a bit. And right, so looking through the field, really, this Tsunoda-Zhou fight is the only fight really going on at the minute, as we've only got about 10 laps to go, or just under 10 laps to go now, as Max Verstappen leading this race by 17.5 seconds from Lewis Hamilton. You may think that Red Bull, they're actually not that far ahead of Mercedes. I think we have to remember Max probably has been coasting since probably about lap 20 at the... lap 20 or even lap 15, because by then he already had way too much pace for the rest of the field. But encouraging signs, without a doubt, from Mercedes-Benz. They are definitely in a better position now, but still a lot more work to do if they're to fight Red Bull. As now we're looking at a fight between Piastri and De Vries for 13th, and this will be fun for you, Nib, watching your favourite driver being passed by Demid.
Don't do this. Clearly, Piastri's got some car issues, explaining his huge drop-off in pace in this final stint.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a replay as to why he dropped those few seconds. I'm guessing it was like a massive lockup or something, because, yeah, his pace has fallen off quite badly. And, yeah, this is the closest fight on track now between Piastri and De Vries for 13th and 14th place. Still some threatening clouds about, but I don't think we're going to see any rain before the end. As we're on lap 58 out of 66. Sergio Perez is only 5 seconds behind George Russell. And I think is gaining on Russell. As, De Vries, massive oversteer there through turn 1. Had a proper swap on then. As lost now a bit of time to Piastri, but should gain it back. But the only big fight to watch out for now, really, is Alonso maybe versus Stroll for 6th. As Alonso is still gaining. He's now 1.3 behind. And maybe Perez versus Russell for 3rd. But Perez needs to up his pace because time is running out. We've only got, I think, 8 laps to go now of this race.
About half an hour ago on Sky, Sainz was having a radio conversation, and he was told find the best way to beat Checo, and Brundle commented saying, hire Adrian Newey.
True.
Classic Brundle banter there.
Yeah. Perez had a much better day today than he had yesterday. Still, his pace has still been quite far off, though, what you would expect. My expectation after just Friday was that Red Bull would lock out the front row and get a 1-2, but Perez has just not had the confidence with the car and is now actually losing time to Russell. So, yeah, with Carlos Sainz, I don't think Sainz has done badly today. I think he's done the best he could do. Ferrari just don't have a quick car.
Agreed.
And to be honest, they're lucky that Aston Martin today have been pretty shit, because if they were on their usual level, Sainz would be fighting, or would be in 7th place. So, yeah. Despite their new upgrade, significant upgrade, change of design on the side pod, the floor as well, Ferrari no better with that upgrade. As Alonso now just over a second behind Stroll. Despite Aston Martin having a poor race, this would be a good save from Fernando of 6th place. Unfortunately, though, for Aston Martin, Mercedes are going to overtake them in the Constructors' Championship, and Mercedes currently heading for 33 points. Aston Martin heading for about 14 points, so Mercedes will go 18 points clear of them in 2nd place, which is very good for Mercedes after what's been not so great a start to the season with their performance until now. As Verstappen begins lap 61 of this race. I was actually thinking earlier, Nib, given the much worse tyre wear that we've seen, say, so far in this race, if we had those 2 final corners back in like the V8 days when we had the Pirelli tyres just come around, imagine how many extra pit stops we would have had. A 6-stop race.
Legit, man. Legit. It would have been so many pit stops.
Would have been like every 10 laps at most. As here is Lando Norris. And is this just a replay of him trying to overtake someone? And nope, it's him. Is it overtaking Kevin Magnussen? Nope, Magnussen gets right back ahead and squeezes back ahead on the entry to turn 2. McLaren's pace today has not been too bad, but it's not been very good or anything like that. But yeah, Norris, I have to say, poor mistake from him because he, despite losing position to Hamilton, was still in 4th and he cost himself massively with that mistake. And it was a poor error from him at turn 2, just driving into Hamilton essentially. As Yuki Tsunoda has been given a 5-second time penalty for forcing another driver off the track. God, that's weak. That is harsh.
What?
That is very harsh. Yeah, no, I completely disagree with that. That is not a penalty. That's not even close to being a penalty. And at the moment, if he was to drop 5 seconds, he'd go down to 12th. So that is daylight robbery from the stewards. Yeah,
I'm sorry, but that's weak as piss.
Yeah. I don't see how they've come to that conclusion. I didn't even know it was under investigation, to be honest. As Red Bull asking, Max, can you bring the car home in one piece? And him saying, yeah. As he begins now, laps 63. Bottas has just passed Sargent. But yeah, that is robbery. Tsunoda has driven brilliantly. That was not forcing a driver off the track. There was just simply no room for Zhou to overtake. And he decided to go off. He could have continued going through. And I don't think there would have been really contact or anything. But that is a terrible decision.
That's a fucking nonsense.
Yeah. As got a battle here now between Charles Leclerc and Pierre Gasly. 2 good mates fighting over 11th place with just 3.5 laps to go of this race. And by the way, just to illustrate how bad Aston Martin's race has been, Lance Stroll in 6th is... how many seconds? Lance Stroll is almost 40 seconds behind Lewis Hamilton in 2nd. That is quite bad to be losing that amount of time. And remember, Stroll, for a few laps, was ahead of Hamilton after the start. So Aston Martin have been not just slow, they've been really slow today. But yeah, I can't get over that decision for giving Tsunoda a penalty. I assumed it was
got to appeal that.
Yeah, I assumed it was like speeding in the pit lane. When I saw it was forcing another driver off, I was like, you can't be fucking serious. That's no way.
Yeah, that's a joke. That's an actual joke. And that's a disappointing way to end this Grand Prix after a fantastic drive by Tsunoda.
Absolutely. As Verstappen there, I think, just lapping Lando Norris, is it? No, it's Piastri. Because De Vries is still behind him, thankfully. As Leclerc, still closely following Gasly, but nowhere near. And Leclerc's had no pace today. No pace this weekend. Heading for 0 points. And will be overtaken, I think, after this race by Lance Stroll in the championship. So Leclerc will go down to 8th and won't be that far ahead of Ocon in 9th. Leclerc, this time last year, I think it was just behind in 2nd in the championship, as we now are on the penultimate lap of the Spanish Grand Prix.
Right, I'll get in first. Who's your driver of the day, Chaz?
I
think it's an easy one.
Yeah, Max Verstappen.
George Russell.
Oh yeah, George Russell. Yeah. Forgot about that.
Yeah, I started 12th, as beating a Red Bull straight up. I think he's pretty clearly driver of the day.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I completely forgot about him for some reason. Would like to see again what happened at the start, but yeah, I think even despite that, his pace has been very, very strong after what was a really difficult qualifying for him. So yeah, Russell, I'd have to say driver of the day. Of course, guys, I will be doing a reaction after this race, so make sure to join me for that, and I will ask you guys your driver of the day. So I will get that poll going soon, so don't worry, you'll be able to have your say very soon, as we're now on the final lap of the race. Any words, Nib, for Max Verstappen, who is about to win by almost a full pit stop now from Hamilton?
Yeah, not surprising. I mean, actually, very surprising that he's only won by 22 seconds, which is a hilarious statement in of itself. Yeah, what a driver. What a team. And yeah, well, we can all enjoy a weekend off of Red Bull dominance and then be back straight into Red Bull dominance.
Yeah, in Montreal in a couple weeks' time, as Charles Leclerc still trying to pass Pierre Gasly. And just behind that is the best of the best right now in Formula One, Max Verstappen. He has absolutely brutalized everybody this weekend, and so have Red Bull, as he flies through the two very fast final corners to win the Spanish Grand Prix for the third time in his career, and he gets it. Max Verstappen wins in Spain and now leads the championship by, I think, over 50 points compared to Sergio Perez. Lewis Hamilton will come home to finish in second. Brilliant drive and encouraging signs for Mercedes. They are still miles off Red Bull, but they are now definitely, maybe not consistently every weekend they will be, but they're definitely now quite possibly the second best team overall. As Hamilton second, George Russell third, Sergio Perez fourth. Good drive for Perez still, but he needs to improve pronto in Canada, because last 2 weekends he's been bad. Carlos Sainz finishes in fifth, as Alonso waving to the crowd despite being right on Stroll's tail, as Lance Stroll will finish in sixth. Fernando Alonso disappointingly only seventh for Aston Martin, and then it will be Esteban Ocon in eighth. Yuki Tsunoda would have been in ninth. It will instead be Zhou Guanyu for his first points finish of 2023. So Zhou will finish in ninth, and then it will be Gasly 10th, Leclerc 11th, and Tsunoda will be down to 12th in, again, what is clear robbery of what was a great drive from Tsunoda. And then it will be Piastri 13th, De Vries 14th, Hulkenberg 15th, Albon 16th, Norris in 17th, Magnussen 18th, Bottas 19th, and Logan Sargent last. And surprisingly, all 20 cars finishing the race, despite lots of hairy moments here or there. So, yeah, driver of the day we've already decided. How good was that, do you think? Like an 8 out of 10 or something? Or was it not quite that good?
Well, we gave Monaco a 7.5, didn't we? So I'm going to say... Ooh.
Oh, God.
A bit too high, though. I know, it was a really good Grand Prix. Very enjoyable, but I don't know, maybe an 8.
Yeah, I think, yeah, probably between a 7 and maybe an 8 as well. As I was just saying, I got there because for some reason you lagged there quite a bit.
Discord is absolutely cooked, mate. Like,
yeah.
In another Discord server I'm in, like, people's messages are double sending and everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the lag which is continuing there. Discord is fucking just, yeah, pretty shit at the minute. But yeah, really good race, really fun, lots of position changes, really fun race. And despite Red Bull dominating right now quite clearly, after that, there is a really exciting fight going on with the rest of the field, and we're getting some pretty good races at the minute. So yeah, that's the race done with, guys. But if you stick around for this race reaction, I guess you're gonna head off, and then the next time you'll be around will be Austria, won't it, instead of Canada?
More than likely, unfortunately, another month until I'm on, because of course, for me, the Canadian Grand Prix is on at 4 a.m. The only whatever reason. So yeah, unfortunately, probably will not be on. And good news for us is that Novak, I think, will just about be just done his match now. So, well, I think you have a little quick race review to get done.
Yeah. So yeah, Nib will be back on in a month for the Austrian Grand Prix at the Red Bull Ring, which should be an exciting Grand Prix at that track. But yeah, mate, cheers for coming on. Obviously, good to have another good race to commentate on instead of just an absolutely shit race. Yeah, cheers for coming on, mate. And yeah, we'll see you at the Red Bull Ring. And of course, I'll chat to you later.
Yeah, and nice that I was able actually to commentate a bit more again.
Yeah.
Because the earthquake in Discord wasn't cooking me this time around. But yeah, I'm bummed that I'm not on for another month, man.
Yeah.
So disappointing.
Too many American or North or South American races, unfortunately. And Middle Eastern ones as well.
Yeah, and then of course that silly Grand Prix half an hour away from me.
Yeah, true. But yeah, thank you very much, mate. And yeah, we'll see you in a few weeks.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, everyone. And yeah, I'll speak to you once again very shortly, mate, for what will be a classic at Roland Garros.
Yep, should be, hopefully. Cheers, mate. I'll see you later.
All right, so yeah, have a good rest of your day, mate, and everyone in the chat.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, unfortunately, Discord's still a bit... I mean, it's not the greatest app in the world. Of course, my PC is not the greatest. And that's why at times it can happen, that sort of stuff. But yeah, there you go. That is your Spanish Grand Prix. And right, so before we go any further, let me get a poll going in the chat to ask you guys who you thought driver of the day was for today's Spanish Grand Prix. So let me just quickly do the options. Who do you think was driver of the day for the Spanish GP? And the options that there will be for driver of the day will be Verstappen, Russell, who else should I put? The other two options I'm going to go for is Tsunoda and Zhou. Remember, Zhou finishing in 9th. Brilliant result for him. So yeah, out of Verstappen, Russell, Tsunoda and Zhou, who is your driver of the day for the Spanish Grand Prix? For me, it's George Russell. Yeah, really great pace today throughout the race and looked really on it throughout, and really so did Mercedes-Benz. They definitely look a step above than they were from Monaco. Of course, we all said the upgrades from Monaco wouldn't really show improvements until this race, and clearly they've shown their improvements. But yeah, let's just get straight into this race reaction, and we'll get straight into the teams. So we will start with Red Bull Racing. And yeah, Max Verstappen is on another planet. Didn't even have to push today. He just simply existed out on the track and was still too good for the rest of the field in quite clearly the best car as well. I know people may say, oh, well, Mercedes were not too far back compared to what we expected. But again, I don't think Verstappen was pushing really at all during the entire race. So yeah, Red Bull still quite clearly the best team. For Sergio Perez, I mean, a decent drive coming through the field, but he still didn't today, just like yesterday, get anywhere near enough out of what is the best car on the grid. So I still don't think this is a great performance by Perez. His pace, even in the first half of the race, wasn't that great. So yeah, poor performance by Perez the whole weekend. Should have finished in second place, really, this weekend, but finishes up in fourth. Given his pace, though, fourth is the best he could have done, but he should have been really finishing up in second. But yeah, other than that, what is there to say about Red Bull? Best team by far, best driver right here, quite clearly. And yeah, he is going to win another championship. And he is now Max Verstappen. How many points clear of Perez? I think he is now... how many points? I think 51 points? Yes, 51 points clear of Sergio Perez, who is now second. Lewis Hamilton, not sure if he is up to second in the championship. He was 24 points behind Alonso. No, he wouldn't have gone past him, but he's quite close to him now. But yeah, Red Bull, by far the best team, no doubt about that. Ferrari next up. And, well, they didn't make any mistakes really today. The strategy was, I think, absolutely fine. I don't think there was any issues with their strategy. I think they did really the best strategy for what they need at the minute. But the reason they finished 5th and 11th is because their car is shit. That's why. This new side pod and floor upgrade has done nothing, pretty much, to improve their car. Even though Aston Martin today were quite a bit slower, we still don't know for sure whether this is just what Aston Martin are going to be like from now on, or whether maybe Alonso still has lasting damage from that incident in qualifying. I don't know for sure, to be honest. But Ferrari are pretty bad. They're now, not necessarily from now on every track are they going to be slower than Mercedes, but in this race, and they probably were in qualifying as well, slower than the Mercedes team. And yeah, this upgrade just hasn't done anything to their performance. Disappointing to see. And yeah, Carlos Sainz, I think, drove the best he could. I don't think he could have done any more, really, than he did today than he did in the race. For Charles Leclerc in P11, obviously, there's something wrong with his car because he was shit slow throughout the entire race and only finished in 11th and was right on Gasly's tail, but was never really looking threatening in finishing in 10th place. And Leclerc continues to slip down the championship, and Ferrari only come away with 10 points as yeah, the teams ahead of them in the championship continue to pull away. And if Aston Martin can get straight back on it at the next race and show that this race is just a blip and that maybe it is because of just the damage suffered in qualifying for Alonso, then, yeah, Ferrari really have no hope of finishing higher than 4th in the championship, which would be a very disappointing season for them. Let's now go on to the Mercedes-Benz team, who looked very good today. Lewis Hamilton second, had brilliant pace throughout the race. George Russell finishing in third, driver of the day in my view. Yes, he may have gained a position or two at the start with, you know, going through the escape road, but his pace, despite that, as I said right before the end, was really, really good. So, yeah, George Russell, brilliant overtaking, brutal pace, and at times was quicker than his teammate Hamilton. In the end, Hamilton was the quicker driver in the race overall, and for the weekend as well. But looking really good now for the Mercedes-Benz team. Second and third, a double podium, and the next race in Canada, I don't think necessarily is going to be like as good as this, but I think definitely from now on, Mercedes are going to be looking much stronger than before. So yeah, good to see from Mercedes and progress thankfully being made. Progress, though, despite a new front wing upgrade not really being made in this race by Aston Martin. I have no idea why they were so slow. To be honest, I don't really think Aston Martin will know that much about why they were so slow today. Lance Stroll 6th. I think Stroll drove very well today. Was the better Aston Martin driver. I know Alonso was fast towards the end, but Stroll was pretty clearly ahead of him for the entire race. Alonso couldn't really get near him for the majority of the race. Yeah, very good drive from Stroll, but yeah, I don't understand why Aston Martin was so slow today. And also, their strategy in going on to another set of soft tyres for the second stint was the wrong thing to do, because even though Alonso had decent pace for that tyre and went a lot longer than most people felt he could, he just didn't have any real pace. I mean, still came through to finish in 7th, but not good enough. So, yeah, strategy wasn't quite there for Aston Martin, and the pace was, quite frankly, terrible. And a lot of work to do now for the Canadian Grand Prix, a circuit that Fernando goes very well at. And of course, it is Lance Stroll's home Grand Prix in Canada. And you never know what could happen. Maybe he could even contend for a podium in Canada, which would be great to see, a home podium for him. But really, after this performance, I'm not sure what to think of Aston Martin going forward, because is it because these upgrades have not really meshed with the rest of the car and made their car legitimately quicker? Or, have Mercedes really improved that much? I just don't really know where Aston Martin sit right now. I'm hoping this is just a blip, because I don't want to see Aston Martin now relegated to the 4th best team or anything like that, because that would be very disappointing. But today, they were quite clearly the 4th best team out there. And the final front-running team we'll go on to is Alpine. I mean, they pretty much ended up with the result I expected. The predicted result I went for was 9th and 10th, and instead it was 8th and 10th for them. So 5 points for Alpine. Realistically, that was the best they could do. Their pace was about as I thought it would be around this track, and yeah, they just weren't as quick as Red Bull, Mercedes, Ferrari, or Aston Martin. They weren't that far off. They're still mixing it with those teams, but yeah, they just weren't as quick, clearly, in this Grand Prix. Ocon, though, good drive to hold on to 8th place and get himself closer to the driver ahead of him in the championship, now being Charles Leclerc. I think, how many points is Leclerc on? I'm not sure exactly. I think Leclerc is on 35 points or 33 points, something like that. Ocon now on 25, so Ocon not too far ahead of, or not too far behind Leclerc. But yeah, I don't think this is a bad race for Alpine. Definitely could have been better today if Gasly had actually started from 4th place, because I think Gasly did have probably better pace overall than Ocon in the race today, but Gasly obviously had the penalty, started 10th, a few positions behind Ocon, and then had a bad start because Gasly did go down at one point to 13th or even 14th place. So yeah, Pierre had good speed this weekend, but just didn't deliver a good enough start, and, it was obviously impeding a couple drivers in qualifying, so yeah, disappointing from him, but they can, they shouldn't get too down about this weekend, because there was still some real good pace there from what we saw in qualifying. And going into Montreal, I think you'll see them stronger there. I think that track suits them better. It is similar and pretty much is a street circuit is the Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve. It's got that tight track type of feel, and they do go well on those type of circuits, as we've seen in the past couple of races. Miami, Monaco, trucks like that. So, yeah, Alpine will be stronger in Canada, in my view, than they have been this weekend. So watch out for Alpine in a couple of weeks. But now let's go on to the midfield teams. And McLaren, next up. Yeah, Lando Norris hitting the back of Hamilton at turn 2 after losing third place. Poor mistake. He was not going to overtake him. He should not have been getting that close to him. He should have been really just trying to get as good a run as he could through turn 2 to protect against cars behind. But yeah, just walloped into the rear tyre of Hamilton and cost himself a good result. Ended up in 17th place. Oscar Piastri was having a decent race, but then, for whatever reason, made a mistake, lost position to Gasly, then to Leclerc, and ended up finishing down in 13th place. But disappointing race for McLaren. They really should have scored points today, but yeah, they weren't able to do so. And now, Alfa Romeo, who I think have jumped up to 7th in the championship, are not a million miles behind them after a good result for Zhou Guanyu, finishing in 9th. And talking of Alfa Romeo, let's go on to them now. And I may not be the biggest fan of Zhou Guanyu, but that was a very impressive performance. There is no doubt about that. Brilliant start from 13th all the way up to 9th place. And then held his own, even got up to 8th place at one point, and was consistently around 8th, 9th throughout the race. On track, finished in P10. Still don't think that was a penalty for Tsunoda, as I'll get onto in a moment. But yeah, Zhou had a very good race today, and was definitely one of the drives of the day, was Zhou finishing up in 9th place. Very impressive speed, and as I got to say as well, very good race pace from Alfa Romeo. And I did have a feeling Alfa Romeo had better pace than what they showed. But yeah, it was showed by Zhou today. Not for Bottas, ending up all the way down in 19th. Shocking performance. Needs to get his act together, because that is pathetic. Next, Haas F1. They looked quick at times on fresher tyres, but because they can't look after their tyres, they had to pit 3 times when most people pitted twice. And that's why they finished 15th and 18th. Hulkenberg had a terrible start, falling down to, I think, 9th or 8th. Was it 9th place? I think it might have been. Just really, in the first few laps, was reversing down the field. And then eventually came into the pits. But, yeah, the Haas just couldn't look after its tyres. As we expected, we saw with the long run pace from Friday that their race pace was one of the worst in the field. So yeah, very poor performance by Haas. And they, I think, are now down to 8th in the championship. And what should have been a team not too far behind them in AlphaTauri is a team that has been robbed in this race. Yuki Tsunoda, one of the best drivers out there today, almost running in 8th place ahead of Ocon in the Alpine. The Alpine much faster than the AlphaTauri car. Tsunoda driving brilliantly, and was given a fucking ridiculous 5-second penalty for apparently pushing Zhou off of the circuit. He did not push him off the track. Zhou went off because there wasn't any space left. There was no pushing off the track. Completely ridiculous from the stewards. I just don't get why that was a penalty. It looked like a pretty simple incident. It's just a typical racing incident. So, yeah, I really do not understand that penalty. And as me and Nibs said during the race, it was a horrific decision by the FIA. Really horrific decision, and robbed of 9th. for now. But maybe AlphaTauri will submit an appeal. But yeah, if they can't successfully get that 9th place back, then nothing they can do. But Tsunoda is having a brilliant season. And if it had not been for the brake issue in Monaco and the penalty there, you'd have 4 extra points in the championship right now. And AlphaTauri would be right there with Haas and Alfa Romeo in the championship. AlphaTauri's performance today was a lot better than what we saw in qualifying. But yeah, AlphaTauri, they've got a decent car this season, but Tsunoda especially is performing really well in that car and putting himself in the shout for a Red Bull seat very soon. And finally, it is the Williams team, who were absolutely terrible. 16th and 20th, and they were quite clearly the worst team this weekend. But there you go. Those are all the teams. Let's get into some of your comments now. As, yeah, don't think I'm going to stick around for that long, to be honest, because it is really hot where I'm at, and I'm really sweaty, and I need to, you know, clean off, really. As we can see, we're on 149 likes. Let's try and get over 150 if we can. By the end of this stream, that'd be great if we could. But right, let's see some of your comments before I head off. By the way, cheers, Astro Stevo. Good to see you, mate. Sorry if I didn't read out really any of your comments. I'm not sure if I did or not, but yeah, great to see you as usual. Rooksfoot says, I've defended Bottas for years now, but just seems asleep at the minute. Yeah. He had it in Melbourne, I think, yeah, to a certain extent. Was it Melbourne or was it Baku? I can't remember, but I think it was at Saudi. That was it. It was Saudi Arabia, and there was another race. I can't remember exactly. Where, yeah, he was absolutely nowhere. And there was no explanation as to why he was so bad. Josiah says, did you not include Hamilton in the Driver of the Day vote because he already got it? No, I did not include him. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he won it, to be honest. I don't think he was... I mean, he drove really well today, don't get me wrong, but I think Russell was more impressive than Hamilton, coming from P12 and being so good today. Crystal Racing says Verstappen is Schumacher 2.0. Without Hamilton or Alonso on the grid, he would destroy his peers easily in the third best car versus Sainz, Norris, Leclerc, Russell, etc. Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, what do you do about Max Verstappen? He is very similar to Michael Schumacher. I actually think Max is the closest thing to Michael Schumacher we've seen since Michael Schumacher. Not in terms of greatness, but just the style with which he races and drives the car. He is, again, the closest thing I've seen to Michael. How he can instantly put in a quick lap in like early practice sessions, even in qualifying. He's got a great ability to just straight away go out banging great laps. And just, yeah, the style he drives with and races with it is very Schumacher-like, which is not a surprise if he has that style and it is inspired by him, because, of course, his dad was Michael's teammate in Michael's first title-winning year, so it's not really a surprise that he has a similar, you know, driving style to that, because Jos obviously would have been involved in Max's development. Blue Flag Alpha, is this a sign of Aston dropping behind the other teams? Let's hold off on that. I think we should probably wait and see what happens in Canada. But yeah, this really wasn't positive from what I saw today. But yeah, let's see what happens in the next race, and then we'll see whether maybe they have gone backwards. Will Chan says it helped that George moved up 5 spots the first lap going off track. True, but his pace was still really, you know, good after that. Henkem says no podium for Perez. Is Merck's update the reason or the speed of Verstappen, who does get podiums from P15 or P9? Max is on a completely different planet to Sergio Perez. Perez cannot even hope to compete with him around most tracks. There are certain conditions and tracks where Perez can, be on similar pace to Max, but most of the time, Max will pound Sergio into the dirt like he's an amateur, which he's done the last 2 races. And he did in Miami as well, coming from, 10th or 9th, to still comfortably win the race. Yeah, I think Mercedes have definitely improved, but I still think Red Bull are quite clearly miles ahead and could have gone a lot quicker today if they wanted to. I don't think there is any doubt about that. As just looking at Twitter quickly to see if there's any news. And no, can't see anything. Can see some outrage about the penalty for Tsunoda. Let me find some other comments here. Say regardless, say McLaren and Williams used to battle for titles, by the way. True. And Crystal Racer making a great point that so strange that the Astons struggled so much at this track that is supposed to be easy, and in a car that is easy on its tyres, struggled so much here. Yeah. I did not see this coming. I thought at worst they would be like the 3rd best team overall, but would still be fighting for a podium. But really, after practice, I thought Aston Martin were definitely going to be on the podium with Alonso. I just couldn't really see any other team as good as them, other than, obviously, Red Bull, who were much better than them. But, yeah, can't explain the performance today. Really, really poor. But, right, I think, given I've been live for 4 hours and 2 minutes, I think I'm going to bring the stream to a close. Before I do, though, let me end the poll in the chat where I asked you guys, who did you think was driver of the day for the Spanish Grand Prix? And with 88 votes, you guys voted for Max Verstappen, 40% of the vote, as driver of the day. Russell second with 34% of the vote. Tsunoda third, 15% of the vote, and Zhou fourth, 9% of the vote. Yeah, Max Verstappen, your driver of the day. And Rooksford just posting that someone said earlier, could Aston have optimised for a wet race, maybe? Maybe. But the thing is, if you were optimising for a wet race, they still should have been pretty quick, because obviously with putting a lot more wing on than maybe other teams, they should have still been really quick in like the middle and final sector. I don't think their performance today was just because they were slow in a straight line or anything. It was just overall they were just bad. So, yeah, I think it's unlikely to be that as the reason, but maybe it is. We'll find out soon enough. But guys, thank you very much for coming along to this stream. Been great to have you along. And of course, thank you for coming along to all the content this weekend. And if you are new to the channel and you have subscribed, hello to you. Great to have you along. And of course, if you are new to the channel and you have not subscribed, then make sure to do so. Bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe right there. Because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every F1 race. And of course, the next Grand Prix, the Canadian Grand Prix in Montreal. And the next piece of content, guys, after today, will be on Thursday, the 15th of June. Which will be the weekend preview the 2023 Canadian Grand Prix, and I'll be live at 8 PM UK time as I usually am. And then the plan, I think, for Canada is, practice 2 watch-along on Friday night. And then a practice 3 watch-along, qualifying preview and qualifying watch-along on the Saturday. And then the normal race preview and race watch-along on the Sunday. And then maybe a video on the Monday, depending on if there's a big talking point coming out of the race itself. So, that's the plan of content. I am going to be getting, hopefully, a new PC in the next couple days or so. So I hopefully will be streaming with that new PC when I next see you guys again on Thursday the 15th of June, and should be higher quality, and I should be able to stream in better quality than I am at the minute, and I should be able to hopefully as well produce proper recorded, edited videos as well. But obviously we'll see how that goes, but yeah, the next piece of content, Thursday the 15th of June, and make sure to join me for the Canadian Grand Prix. Before you go, guys, smash that like button. Obviously does help the channel grow and helps me see that you guys do support the content. And don't forget as well to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 to keep up with the content on this channel, and join my Discord server, link below in the description or in the live chat, if, of course, you want to join our growing community. In the Discord, we have over 500 people, so if you want to join, make sure to go for it. But guys, until the next Grand Prix weekend and the Thursday of the weekend preview for the Canadian Grand Prix, the next time I'll see you guys in, I think, 11 days from now, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.